Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone?
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings and all that. Waving at you from more than a safe distance. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey.
There you go.
Creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora right over there, too.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. Happy TBT.
Boom! I was just reading the new Poundcake, which is at AlanCoxShow.com. It's called Body Count. I was hoping it was going to be his hard-hitting, in-depth interview with Ice-T.
Was it not?
It was not.
I did not.
Boy, was I.
I took that out of context.
I was disappointed. Anyway, it's up there for your perusal. If you'd like to join us, do 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can leave a message anytime. There are people, there's kind of strange strata among our audience. There are people who are prone to calling in live all the time. There are people who are prone to listening live, but not having the, not the wherewithal. The cojones to call in live. Like gumption, maybe. Sure. Gumption's good. And so I'll get messages from people who are like, hey, I don't really have the stones to call in live. I'm like, I'm not going to bite your head off. I mean, please, feel free. Again, however you are most comfortable, but you can always hit us up at the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. It is, I call it that because I assume people might want to converse with us directly, but if not, that is always at your disposal. It's 216-986-8903. You can text me 35192. Alan, yesterday was the 37th anniversary of the Lee Elia rant. If you
from the
when
Cubs?
he was the skipper for the Cubs. Yeah.
Hey, just a bunch of drunks.
Lee Elia is still alive, by the way. I thought the guy had been dead for a while, but I'm pretty sure he's still alive. Again, I'm a Sox fan. He played very sparingly for that team, but he was the skipper for the Cubs. But again, legendary recording in professional sports. And who's paying attention to the anniversary? Good grief.
Sure, it gets passed around. There's a bunch of websites that are like Twitter accounts that just share like sports memorabilia, like their sports moments like that.
I guess so. And there's nothing current, so they've got, it's why not go back? Why not enjoy some stuff going back? I'm thinking of today as formal Friday Eve, so I'm already. That's why I'm wearing my ball cap today, because I can't wear it tomorrow.
Sweats, leggings,
today we're as comfortable as we can possibly be, since tomorrow we'll be all gussied up. We'll have the gumption to get gussied up tomorrow.
Yeah, we will.
For the show.
I tried on my dress again today, and I know you guys are going to make fun of it. I know you guys are going to
listen. I'm not going to make fun of anything you wear. Why would Why would I make fun of it?
Because it's a silly dress.
But if
it's very strange.
Well, then why are you going to wear it?
It's very strange. I bought it, and I took the tags off, and I can't return it.
And
well, that was
when else is she going to wear it?
And I probably will never wear this dress in public, which
this
is why
this is the Little House on the Prairie dress?
Yeah, but it's if they were to go to like a wedding, this seems like a dress that they would wear.
like a hipster wedding?
Kind of.
Okay.
It's a very weird dress.
All right.
And I was nervous because I'm like, the boys are going to really give it to me.
Are we, though?
I think she's...
Bill will.
Have you seen the dress, Bill?
I don't know. No, I have not.
I don't know if you showed him a picture of it or.
I'm very self-conscious in it, which is why I've never worn it. It fits me fine. Like, it looks on my body fine, but it's a
But it
very
doesn't feel right, like your
weird
style.
dress.
Yeah.
No, it's not my style at all. I've never worn anything like this, which is why I think I've yet
Is it
to
like
wear
super boho? Is that what?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Like, that's my wife's style. So I probably won't make fun of the dress.
Yeah.
What's boho?
Bohemian.
Kind of like
flowy,
like
Yes.
hippie-ish almost, and it's like a weird length.
I remember when she was shopping for wedding dresses, she had ended up, we were in Chicago, and she had made an appointment with this store or whatever, and she went in, and I think she was going to buy it. And I think she might have even bought this one dress, but it was such a traditional dress that I think it made her very upset. It was a gorgeous dress, right? But we both knew, like, it kind of wasn't what I'm sure what she had envisioned until she later on, I think she ended up with 2 dresses, which I think a lot of women do.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of women end up buying a wedding dress, and they go, oh my God, I found the one I really want.
Yeah.
And the one that she ended up getting was perfect for her because it was kind of more of that boho thing, you know? Yeah. Some women want to be in the Princess Di cupcake gown with the
that's what I
mile-long
thought I
train,
wanted.
and that's not her. So
Cake topper, like, Cinderella, big poofy.
I think every girl probably, when they probably, because you've grown up with that image in your head, but then you put it on and you're like, man, this ain't me.
Yeah, it's a very...
Or it is, but
it's
that's
very
fine,
uppity. It's like very,
Uppity.
like, where you're just like, I feel like I should be snapping my fingers at somebody. Like,
Well, on the other hand, other end of that spectrum, though, are the girls who really, like, prom dresses at public schools now. Those galleries, when they put them up, like at the Plain Dealer website or whatever, of like public high schools and prom, where like the teardrop is cut out of the front of the dress. And that is hilarious.
oh, yeah.
Hilarious.
Skimpy. It's essentially
Oh
just
my
like a
God.
bikini top.
And there's
a
some women
skirt.
who want their wedding dress to be like that too. It's like, awesome, good for you.
Skin tight.
Yeah.
It's like almost sheer. And
Yeah.
you're like, this is, your great aunt is right there.
Because people go, that's not going to age well in the pictures. It's like, yeah, but neither like are the hairstyles from the 80s
Right.
or the. There's always something depending on when you get married that's not going to age out.
And if you have the body for it, do it.
Yeah, that's the thing is that they're like, I'm hot, I'm fit right now, I want to wear this dress, and like, do whatever makes you comfortable.
I watched Night Shift last night, and one of the characters in that movie
You watched
is
it?
obsessed with looking good in her wedding dress.
Yeah.
Henry Winkler's fiance.
Charlotte.
Yeah, she's obsessed with looking good in her wedding dress, and yeah, I did watch it. And
Your thoughts?
I thought it was fine. It was a fun movie.
It's
an
an early 80s broad comedy.
Everything always looks dirty in the 80s.
Yes.
Like everything just looks dirt, especially New York in the 80s is disgusting.
Yeah.
Well, it
And I
was
love
dirty
it.
in the 80s.
It was. It was
didn't look
filthy.
dirty. It was.
Yeah. But then they also go to this nightclub at the end that's like this like secret membership club that you can go to, and they have, it's like a men's club, and then they have this swimming pool area that's all like jungle themed and stuff, and I loved it. I want to go there so bad.
Oh, when he swings in on the vine.
Yeah.
And
Oh, that would be fun.
Me and my girlfriend were obsessed with that part of the movie. We're like, man, we want to just go to this place. There's naked girls all over the place, and just guys being pigs.
Pools.
It's awesome. Yeah.
Are you saying we should become pimps?
Pimps is an ugly word. We can call ourselves love brokers. This is my stop. You think about it, okay? I really think this is the one, Chuck. I am excited about this. I mean it. This is it, I think. Love brokers. Love brokers. You and me, buddy.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
This is
it was
Chuck
funny.
reminding Bill to shut up. To shut up.
It was funny. It's definitely got some dated humor in it, but overall it was pretty funny, and it
Shelley
was pretty
Long looked
and
good.
it's different. Yeah, she looks good.
She's in the tub with Henry Winkler.
Nobody's ever had a butt in the 80s, though. Like, I don't know what it was about women in the 80s. They didn't know about squats or something. All the flattest
Were
asses.
they very thin?
They're
I feel
so
like they're
thin
just
and-
tall, thin women in the 80s
Yeah.
with shoulder pads. That's what I picture.
It's coming out of it's still the cocaine era too.
Oh,
So
that's true.
You're coming out of the 70s, going into and Night Shift was at the very beginning of the 80s, so it looked more to me like late 70s than early
Right,
80s,
yeah.
fashion-wise. Love that movie.
Also,
though, boy.
that big butt thing is relatively new. Kardashian.
among white girls.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's
Shelley
when everybody.
Long is a
That's
white
when
girl.
all of a sudden everybody started saying butts are in because
Yeah.
white girls started doing squats.
I can't do it. My body will
Can't
not
do
grow
squats?
a butt. No, I
Oh.
do squats. I do lunges. I do them weighted.
Eat your cauliflower.
I eat damn near perfect.
Eat your
And
cauliflower.
I'm just, my body will not grow a butt.
Oh. What's cauliflower going to do?
Nothing. I just always heard that. Girl, you've been eating your cauliflower.
Oh, I see.
Cauliflower.
That's what I heard.
It looks all dimply like cauliflower.
That's not the kind of butt you want.
Yeah, when you get like a big
Cellulite?
cellulite.
That sounds like you have herpes or something. If there's something on your body that resembles cauliflower.
All right,
Cauliflower ears. I was a wrestler. You know, I never got them.
Getting punched.
Yeah.
Your head slamming.
You don't want the cauliflower
Rubbed
ears.
into the mat.
Does that ever go back to normal?
Nope.
Really?
The
You're stuck
cartilage,
like
well,
that?
the cartilage all gets just reformed and.
Oh, so
yeah.
you have to get like reconstructive surgery then, right?
I mean, if you want to, yeah.
Yeah, like, no one wants that for the rest of their life because I saw people
Lots of guys
like
just
that.
deal with it. They go, this is what my ears look like. Lets people know not to mess with me.
Don't
That's
you
right.
punch me.
Yeah. You don't want to know how I got these cauliflower ears, do you? And you don't want to know why I pronounce it cauliflower.
And low carb.
Hey.
Yeah, low carb.
Ew, they call their earwax cauliflower crust.
Tell you what, California Pizza Kitchen, they're doing amazing things over there. All right, let me break. Next chance for you to grab yourself $1,000 to help with the bills is coming up at 2:30. If you want to shoot a text here in the break, 35192, and you can get to us at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart. Our jokes are like toilet paper at the grocery store. Fresh out.
Not funny.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you want to get in live, 35192. Send me a text. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is about 10 minutes away at 2:30. I got a letter from Phil, Mega Dildos. I was hearing you guys talking about clocks yesterday. We got into a strange clock conversation. You guys were talking about the top and the bottom of the hour, how I've said that for many, many years just doing this job, but that the phrase top and bottom of the hour might be falling out of favor.
I just didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to people if they're not thinking of analog clocks anymore. But Phil said, I like to confuse people with the time. Like if somebody would ask me the time and it was 4:02, I would tell them that it was 58 to 5. Which is it because what's time anyway, right? Yeah. It's just a flat circle. It's just a construct. So it can be whatever you want it to be.
Do you think he was talking about clocks when he said time is a flat circle?
No, he's talking about the Earth.
Oh, the Earth.
Oh, okay.
I can't help but think, by the way, how this whole COVID-19 thing has affected the flat Earth community, by the way. You know, those people have really got to be freaking out. First of all, the phrase flatten the curve, which is ubiquitous, but it obviously implies that there are curves to be flattened.
Mary had a good tweet about that.
Did you?
I said it was like the CDC. We must all do our part to flatten the curve. Flat earthers. I just think it's funny that it's like,
you're right.
For years,
there was something. I don't know. I went down the YouTube rabbit hole or something, and there was some old clip of some flat earthers. I'm like, I wonder how they're doing in the age of coronavirus. This has thrown their whole worldview. I know flatten the curve is just a phrase. But, and I know that they don't really believe all that stuff. But again, it's marketing. It's whatever. You know, how are they dealing with the whole COVID-19 thing?
Where is it? I don't know where it's flat. Like, do they think that...
They think that the entire landscape is flat. Like, mountains aside, I assume that you can see a mountain.
They think
but that there is no... We don't live on a sphere.
Like, do they think that that China's on the other side of a piece of paper?
Yes.
From us, so they're like, how could it possibly get over? You know what I mean?
They
like
think it looks like this.
I get that, but I didn't know where they drew the lines. Like, is North America on the left, or is it on the right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? How is
have,
it skewed?
They have maps and, different
flat Earth
maps and not globes, I guess, but 3D models.
I assume that they acknowledge...
There's a dome too.
They acknowledge topography. Like there are mountains and valleys and things like that. It's just all on a flat surface otherwise. But yeah,
so the Arctic Circle is an outer ring.
Yeah. With
this
a wall.
Is very strange.
Yeah, you really got to make up a whole bunch of other things to get to the, a lot of unnecessary things have to be added to the mix to become. I know it's all
Australia's top left.
Right. It's like from kids who learned about the world from a map, not a globe, and just stuck with that for the rest of their lives, and then pretended that was a thing. But I got to tell you, and you don't hear from those people. Those things are more fun when everything's kind of running normally, you know. But I'm just curious how this is affecting that community at all.
They switched their focus to the coronavirus hoax that's going on. They'll talk about that. They'll dive into how this whole thing was created by a lab or whatever they want to go with.
Yeah.
They have their own theories and they'll push that stuff out there.
Well, I guess what I would say, first of all, I'm just really worried it's going to, push these people over the edge.
How? Hey.
But listen. One of the reasons that the Pacific Northwest, the Seattle metropolitan area, was the first big area hit is because it's closer to China. If you were a flat earther, it would stand to reason that would be the very last place that would get hit.
Right.
Because wouldn't that place it the farthest from China?
Well, that's just because they're all in cahoots, Alan. Oh. So they're going to send someone from China to Seattle to keep the
coughing in people's mouths.
Yeah, to keep the whole Earth is round claptrap going.
In cahoots.
Okay. Well, anyway, if you are one of those flat Earth people, as with I would wish the same on anyone else. I hope you're doing okay. I hope that listen. When there's a global pandemic, or I'm not even sure what they call it. If they don't believe that we're on a globe, I'm not sure what they call it.
Worldwide.
a worldwide pandemic. You know, it's forced a lot of people to rethink what they've believed in for their entire lives, right? So maybe some flat earthers are coming around to the fact that, hey, maybe all this stuff that I pretended to believe, maybe I shouldn't pretend to believe it anymore.
So much sense anymore.
I don't know.
Or it makes people lose faith in what they believed their whole time.
You think so?
Yeah, like we're all on this planet. We all care and love like each other. You know, we have faith. I have faith in humanity.
Well, I don't think that intersects with the flat Earth community very. Conspiracy theories are always selfish in nature.
From like the COVID thing, like the coronavirus going around. The pandemic has really made people rethink. Like, oh well, there is hope for humanity after all. Nope, just playing.
I'll tell you what, you certainly wouldn't think that clocks and mountains would go together, but that's because you don't pay attention to what Jeff Bezos is doing. While everybody else is trying to keep from, I don't know, dying or starving or whatever, he is the richest man on the flat Earth, but he is spending $42 million to build a clock inside a mountain.
He's building an evil layer.
I know.
This is a
Dr.
James
Evil.
Bond thing.
This is Richie Rich too.
Didn't Gene Hackman do this in like the first couple of Superman movies or something?
I think he had a volcano.
I still have a subscription because I love my father and it was so deeply ingrained in me. I still have a subscription to Popular Mechanics, which my dad got his in. Well, he's still alive. I'm not speaking of him in the past tense, but he might still get it in paper version. But I have a digital subscription to Popular Mechanics because I figure, well, maybe some of that useful information will kind of sink into my brain. I'm not a gearhead, but I've learned some things along the way, and so I kind of do it in tribute to my dad. But I was reading Popular Mechanics, and Jeff Bezos is building this giant clock that he says will keep time for the next handful of millennia. Long after we're all gone, this clock, he's calling it the clock of the long now. And this clock is going to tell time for the next 10,000 years. Now, a couple of things with this. Who the hell cares what time it is if nobody's around?
Yeah, right.
Or if you can't even get to the mountain.
Time itself could be measured differently in 10,000 years.
Going back to sundials.
And daylight savings time?
Well,
that's
it'll
already
end up
going. I
being
feel like that's
fine.
already going away. I think daylight saving time could be a thing of the past in our lifetimes.
That'd be nice. That's dumb. We don't.
Let's
need
hope
it
that the
anymore.
COVID-19 kills daylight saving time.
Why? What's the difference?
We just don't need it.
So what's the difference? It's already there.
Well, because some
Why
states
get rid
do
of
it,
it?
some don't. I mean, because it's time zones, and again, we should just all be on this. Let's just all be on the same time, right? I don't care which one. Let's pick one and then make that the standard.
Oh, you mean everywhere across the world?
No, in the United States.
But the sun isn't in the same spot.
It doesn't matter where the sun is. We're not an agrarian society anymore. You don't need to worry about where the sun is
So
or
if
when
we
it
go
comes
to
up.
Pacific time and
No.
it's nighttime here at 4 p.m.
No, just pick. I don't think we would go to Pacific time, but I mean, just pick a time.
The other way. You get what I'm saying.
I
mean, when I call my
no,
parents,
it shouldn't
If
be
we
that. No,
pick one time
zones are,
zone-
yeah, time zones are okay.
He's saying no time zones.
no, I'm saying no daylight saving time. No forward or back with the clocks. Just wherever you, are,
in,
that's
like,
the
the
time.
How
fall
of
did
year.
I confuse that so hard? I know
don't
what
know.
daylight
Okay,
savings time
all right.
is, but for some reason I thought you
You
were
were just talking
saying
about time
no
zones.
more time zones.
Spring forward or
No.
spring back?
I'm saying
rollback?
we don't have to spring forward and
Okay.
backward. Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Right now it's 2:28 and 36 seconds. Right.
'Kay.
It would be that time right now all year long.
Well, time zones are fine. Time zones
Time
make
zones are-
sense.
yeah.
That I don't know why I confused those. I was like, what are you talking about? We can't just pick a time zone. And then it's not daytime here if it's nighttime in China. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah. Just no daylight saving time.
Okay.
Because there are some states that have not recognized it for a long time. I don't think Indiana. My wife went to college in Indiana. I don't think they've had it there for a while.
I thought it
don't
was a
think.
half
I don't think
Indiana.
Utah. States
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
kind of piecemeal
Arizona
are doing
doesn't
it.
do it.
There you go.
Also, could we fix time so that we don't have to have a leap year? Could we make our days the right amount of time so we don't have to add a day every 4 years? Because that's dumb.
Why
Well,
is
I'd
that?
rather
Why
do.
did they
I'd rather
that?
do that than change the time every day. I mean, it's like a second, right? Every 4 years, it is supposed to catch up to something.
So what I'm
and-
saying is, couldn't we have the instruments now where we figure out precisely how long a day is and how long a second is. We were off on the math, and now every 4 years we have to make up for it with an extra day.
Why? I don't understand why this is so annoying to you guys. Like daylight savings time and leap year.
Because I think that everything that is kind of innocuous, that we don't really need, do away with all the old dumb crap that we don't need anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess. There's still farmers and stuff who need that extra hour of daylight.
No,
in
they
the day.
don't. No, they don't.
None of you are farmers.
They have
How do
fancy
you
machines.
know that?
They have lights.
I have friends who are vegetable farmers in Athens, Ohio.
And I bet they don't care.
Well,
but what I'm saying is they don't have any machines. They don't have any people working for them. Like
and what
they're not living and dying by daylight saving time.
But what I'm saying is
they
that
can
those
just
things
wake up an
probably help
hour.
them.
They can just wake up an hour earlier or an
But
hour later,
if
whatever
it's
they
dark,
need. But they wake up when the sun comes up.
I don't know.
What I'm saying is, listen,
the sun comes up, whether you have the daylight savings happening or not, the sun comes up at the same time every day.
No,
or
it
not
doesn't.
every day, but I mean, like, if they're going to start work when the sun comes up, then start work when the sun comes up.
Listen,
you can do that.
Just as there are people now who are making the calculation that, well, you got to kill a couple 100,000 people to make things work, right?
Yeah.
We're not going to keep the clock and the calendar doing weird stuff just because you have friends in Athens, Ohio. Who
know,
cares?
but I'm just saying.
They can still grow cucumbers an hour behind.
I just don't like that Black History Month gets cut short.
Well, you get an extra day every 4 years. Until Bill takes it away.
Make March shorter, okay?
I think it should be Black History Week. How do you like that?
I think it should be in June. I think that's when Black History Month should be.
That's Pride Month.
No, that's Juneteenth.
Then we move Pride to October. Because that makes
Halloween.
But Halloween and Pride coming together.
They make natural allies.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
No.
You're not going to
just
have
get rid of all the dumb months.
You're not going to have any less pride.
We just have one
want to
year.
wander around, not knowing what day or nothing matters.
It's just day one. It's a whole year, and you just go
1 out of 365.
Yeah.
The days of the week don't matter. The months don't matter. What
Right.
day is it? 48.
Yeah.
Right. It's 48. Is today your birthday? Nope, my birthday's 163. Happy birthday to... June is already Juneteenth. June should be Black History Month. Halloween, perfect time for Pride Month.
No, it's not. I don't want to go through haunted houses at the same time I'm trying to go
Then
to
don't.
like a gay club.
Then don't go to a haunted house. You don't have to. You don't have to do that now. You're not going to have any less pride in another month. You guys are brimming with pride.
Listen, I have a lot of ideas when it comes to time and stuff like that. I also don't like
Here we go.
that December is the 12th month and not the 10th month.
Why?
Because DEC means 10.
Yeah, okay.
November, it should be September, October,
No.
November.
September, December, October,
No.
November.
September, December.
No, and you do with all those in a row with December ending the 10th month, and then we go to a 10-month calendar. We get rid of July.
We don't need 12 is what you're saying.
Yeah. We get rid of July and August.
You're just going to complicate things.
For a
That's
while.
all time in. Once you get... Everything's complicated until you get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
Why do
It's like when people are afraid of the metric system, like, I don't want to learn all these decimals.
And then they find out it's easier.
It's so much easier. And now we're stuck with everything 12 and
Inches and
60
centimeters.
Inches and centimeters. It's terrible.
Oh my God,
Because
yeah.
someone is like, I don't want to change things. I'm willing to make the change and make the sacrifice and be a little uncomfortable for a little while if it means overall
Okay,
we're
then
doing
you
better.
do it. Why don't you be the first person
I'm starting it right
who
now.
goes on a 1 out of 365 schedule?
Well, it's either that
And
or we do
start
the 10
calling
months.
start calling October, December, since it's the 10th month, and throw everybody off. What day is it?
Well, that's because, what is it? Augustus and Julius Caesar.
I mean, October would be 8.
Yeah.
So that should
Well,
be
they added-
in place of
And
September.
September would be 7?
Yeah, they added
Yes.
July for Julius Caesar and August for
Augustus Caesar.
Augustus Gloop. And
R.I.P.
And then it turned us from a 10-month calendar into a 12-month calendar.
So let's go back to that.
Yeah.
Is all we're saying, right? Listen, now's the time. We're all on the great pause. Everyone's bored. They're looking for new ideas.
Ooh, how old would we all be if we were on a 10-month calendar?
Listen, I've got $1,000 for you. There's simply no way to know how many cents that is.
Right.
But you can put it toward whatever you need to put it toward. Good luck.
Rover's Morning Glory wants to help with a chance at $1,000. We have your shot at $1,000 right now.
Text the nationwide keyword HOME, HOME, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's HOME to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
And frankly, if you are a child of the Judeo-Christian tradition, right? It's pretty much widely or more widely accepted or known that Jesus, if you believe in that, was born in June, not in December.
I've heard June. I've heard April.
So let's move Christmas to June. All right?
Sounds good to me.
It's already Pride Month anyway, like he said. Christmas and Pride Month.
Yeah, second coming of Christ.
They go hand in hand.
I'm not going to say anything.
And this is another reason why I have such a problem with astrology, because the calendar's all made up, and they assume that the universe works off our calendar.
I'm very compatible with Tauruses, so I'm.
You're not compatible with anybody, apparently.
The car?
No, the Taurus, like the zodiac sign Taurus. Apparently, that's supposed to be like my number one like compatibility. So.
Compatibility buddy. There you go. I'm gonna go with my compatibility buddy. We're gonna go play badminton.
Virgo and Taurus. Yep.
I always have people trying to prove me wrong on astrology. Be like, well, what time were you born? I'm like, well, it says 12:45 on my birth certificate, but who knows if they actually wrote down the exact time I sleuthed out.
Sleuthed? Who would try to prove you wrong using a system that is made up? I'm going to prove you wrong using my system over here of marshmallow children. Look them in the eye and tell them that they're not alive. You make anything up and then try to prove it wrong to someone else. Anyway, Jeff Bezos in this clock.
Well,
right?
he's just 5 steps ahead of Bill.
$42 million. It's being built it's a multi-room, huge clock that's being built inside a mountain in West Texas. It'll be 500 feet tall, powered by day and night thermal cycles, synchronized at solar noon. It will tick once a year and chime once per millennium. Again, this is one of these
creepy.
This is one of these. It's one of these things where you've got too much money. You're bored. Who cares about this? It's just he met some guy 30 years ago who probably got stoned and had an idea for a clock, and now he's got the money to make it.
Let's make a clock, but like a clock forever, man. Make a forever
clock.
Whatever. It's just a safe that he doesn't have to pay taxes on.
It sounds like something that you would give to your wife as an anniversary gift. No, it's a forever clock. It's new. It's got chocolate diamonds. It's a forever clock.
Happy birthday, baby. Yeah, if you follow Jeff Bezos on Twitter, A, may God help you. B, he's got time-lapse video there of the crew that is building this clock. Pretty wild. He calls it a symbol for long-term thinking. Maybe he's losing a lot of heat out of that bald head, and he's getting, I don't know.
Something.
But, that's the downside to having so much money, you could never spend it.
Right. Or you could use that money to feed people.
He's probably already doing that.
He is doing that. He is doing that.
But you could do it at or give your Amazon workers benefits.
Yeah, you could do that too.
Yeah, you could do that.
So that they don't go on strike every 15 minutes.
He's like, yeah, you guys will be fine over there in your dangerous warehouses and stuff like that. I got to get this forever clock going that none of us are going to be able to enjoy.
This forever clock, employees, will show you how many years you'll go without benefits or safe working conditions. Enjoy!
When it chimes, you get to take a break.
Yeah.
Once every millennium.
They're like, bong! Oh, time to... Hey, stop packaging that dildo. It's time for our smoke break. There is an organization called Feeding America. And Jeff Bezos has donated $100 million to that.
Oh, wow.
So it's not like the guy's not doing anything else.
He just has all that money.
He's $42 million for that guy. It's like if you've got a 20 in your pocket, that's $42 million for him. He's probably making that every couple of minutes. So he's like,
I want him to try to spend all of his money. I just want to see somebody go real stupid.
Well,
they can.
He recently spent half of it very quickly in his divorce. Yeah. He wrote a pretty big check for that.
Well, I don't even think that was half of it. She got didn't she sign for $900 million, which isn't even a fraction? $900 million. Again, that's some money. It's like, you owe college debt to him.
I did.
Yeah, if you're that rich and you get divorced, you can still cut her the biggest check anyone's ever gotten, and you'll be fine.
Yeah. I did a virtual show with a comedian. I cannot remember his name, but he had a bit about Jeff Bezos' divorce. He's like, can you imagine being his ex-wife? Like, you have $900 million and no Amazon Prime account.
Oh, who is that? I know that joke.
I did a virtual show with him a couple weeks ago, and I cannot put my finger on it, but I laughed so hard.
But why wouldn't she have an Amazon Prime?
Because he cut him out.
Was it Sam Mike?
I might be Sam Mike. Yeah, he's a Boston comic. Because Bezos has probably took it all away from her. Like, fine, have my money. You can't buy anything online ever again.
But she could get one.
But the idea is that he wouldn't let her, Alan. He's the head honcho there, and he says, listen.
But she would just create an account under a different name.
She just keeps trying to create different accounts, and
she's got burner
he's
emails.
spending millions of dollars
surveilling
her from getting Amazon Prime.
Trace your IP pics.
He's like, you can get Wish app, but you can't get on Amazon Prime.
Do you need bike shorts with the 2 circles cut out of the thighs? Because you can have that.
I'll let you use Honey as a browser extension, but nothing else. This is clearly spelled out in the terms of our divorce.
See, I mean, this goes to, like, if you have an ex-wife, is she entitled to half of everything? $900 million. Anyone would be like, hell yeah, cut me that check. Perfectly fine.
It depends on
She's
what.
like, no, I want
depends
half.
on what state you're getting divorced in and how good your lawyer is.
But do you deserve half? Is what I'm asking.
Well, that's a sliding scale. That depends.
No one deserves, like, I don't care if you held him down. I don't care if you watch his kids. Whatever. Your wife. Like that's
right. But it's also.
Job.
But it's also not
billions.
It's also but that's coincidental. It's not her fault that he's the richest man in the world. It's not like she goes, well, I only need $25,000 a month, so you only have to give me whatever that is, right? She goes, no, you are the richest man in the world.
I put up with your BS for years.
They've been married a long time.
Yeah.
They were married before he was Jeff Bezos. I think they were married. So when he was still trying to do an online bookstore, he was selling books on the internet. Still had a little bit of hair before he turned into a
literal evil genius.
Yeah, like a wealthy penis,
That's the wealthiest penis I've ever seen.
And you go, yeah, here's $900 million. And they say, well, we're trying to keep it as amicable as possible. It's a lot easier to be amicable when you're getting $900 million.
Yeah.
Than you're getting divorced from a guy who makes $45,000 a year and you want 20 of it. It's not easy to be amicable under those circumstances. I mean, they've got kids.
You just don't deserve half.
Whatever.
If you can't make it with $900 million, you just don't deserve to have any money.
Well, but it's not about deserve. There are plenty of... It's not. Not in divorce. Divorce is war. It is.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and let these two talk.
Yeah, I've never been divorced, so I don't know.
I know you've never been divorced. That's why you have the opinion you have.
And I haven't been through what Alan's been through with divorce.
Oh, yeah, you guys just signed the papers.
We just
we're
signed the
cool
papers and
with
we're
it.
done. Yeah. Alan's the one that knows about this.
I know divorce from an 11-year-old standpoint. Where they're like, all right.
Did you get $900 million?
I didn't. I didn't even get $9.
And you were on the outside.
They came in and were like, tell us about your parents. I'm like, they fight. Can I play with these blocks? Like they got you in a room with a therapist.
Who told you that your parents were going to split up?
Well, they were fighting a lot before that, and then my dad just left. My dad up and left one day.
Right, but somebody had to tell you, your dad and I are splitting up for good.
Well, when my dad left, my mom came and took us out of school and said, your dad left. My mom came home and my dad's stuff was all gone. He just didn't live there anymore.
Okay.
So when everybody was out of the house, my dad took all of his stuff and left.
I see.
And then my
so
mom
the legal
came
part
home.
was it didn't matter.
No, that same day, my mom came to all the schools, made a huge scene, took us all out of school. Oh my God, pulled us out of school 4 days after 9/11.
Oh,
so
worst.
Everybody was already hyped up. That's why I shouldn't remember the date my dad left, but it was September 14th.
Well, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so it was like September 11th happened. Everybody was crazy.
3 days after 9/11. Yeah.
3 days later, my dad left. So my mom came back to the school in a tissy, going crazy, pulled everybody out.
Was there a rumor that started at any of the schools that your father was connected to Al Qaeda?
Well, my mom believed that because my dad liked to gamble. And if you gamble, your money goes to Al Qaeda.
Oh, yeah.
Al Qaeda. And I'm not sure how to say it.
Potato, potato.
But yes, that was her theory for a long time, that he was involved.
Wow. That he was the 19th hijacker? 20th hijacker? I don't know.
But yeah, that's so that nobody was like, hi. No, they didn't sit us down like, we can't work things out.
She was pissed.
She came into school and was like, you're us. And
And I'm sure like the secretary in the office is just like, ooh.
You got called down. Well, because you didn't get called down to like the principal's office. We got called down to the guidance counselor's office.
But as a kid, you said with all the stuff that had been going on with them, even as a little kid, you were like, oh, well, this is the culmination of this was probably coming.
I didn't really know what divorce was. I just knew things weren't great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, I feel like because even
and
then
you're the youngest?
I'm fourth of five.
Fourth of five.
I have a younger sister. But yeah, so that was nobody. We didn't have an adult conversation. We had a frantic.
But didn't you know other divorced kids? Like you had to know other.
Not really. I feel like it still wasn't 2000 wasn't a huge divorce rate. And
I don't know about that because there was a lot of kids in my grade that were divorced. Like their parents were divorced.
A lot of my friends had the two-parent. That's why you think a dining room table is so important to me. Everyone I went to had a family having dinner together.
Sure.
You know?
And just like then, you're the only one at the table.
Yes.
3 empty chairs and Mary. Oh, nostalgia. All right, I got a chance for you to grab some more money a little bit later on, $1,000 closer to 4:30. So keep that in mind. And if you want to get a text in, do that, 35192. We'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
A University of Miami.
know how much he has.
But doesn't that seem a little bit greedy?
Not when that's your lifestyle.
No, and also I think because one, she wanted to hurt him, and two, I think she's probably going to do better stuff with it. And she's not like a homemaker or something like that. She's a businesswoman too, I think.
She's already doing, she's like a philanthropist already or something. She kind of came up with him. But I'm curious how much, because that's $38 billion in stocks and cash.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what the liquid output of that divorce settlement was, because you can keep a lot of money in stocks,
right?
Especially a company like Amazon.
$30 billion.
But I'm curious how much money she
I'm
got.
saying, like, if she has like $30 billion, even if she had $1 billion in her hand.
Right. Or maybe just half, like $16 billion in cash.
It's not even a real number.
Oh, it's a very real number.
Like, you can't fathom it. I can't fathom that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want $38. I'm fine with that. Someone give me $38.
Yeah, as long as you can pay your bills.
No, Jefferson, I do not want your $900 million. I'm going to go to the lawyer, and I want
Is that his name Jefferson Bezos?
Yes. Jefferson Alan Bezos.
That's what she calls him when he's in trouble.
Jefferson?
Jefferson Bezos. I know your real name is Wilfred. Everybody calls you Jeff because it was your nickname in high school.
Shouldn't have been sending D-pics to people. You could have kept that. Was she worth $38 billion? No.
Jeffrey Preston Bezos is his name. Of course it is.
Jeffrey P.
That's the name of a kid who was born rich, by the way.
Was he born rich?
I don't know. His mom was a high school student. His mom was 17 when he was born, and his father was a bike shop owner. So yes, loaded, born with a silver spook in his mouth. Whatever. Silver spoke.
Oh my God. A spook? See?
A silver spoke in his mouth.
You had a capo moment.
I misspoke. Yeah. After his parents divorced, his mother married Cuban immigrant Miguel Bezos. Oh, so his dad's name was Jorgensen. He would have been Jeffrey Jorgensen. So he took his stepfather's name.
That's odd.
Well, if he was a baby.
Mike adopted him. He was 4.
Oh.
Yeah, and they changed his name to Bezos. And then they moved to Houston. He was an engineer for Exxon. And then... yeah, he did his thing. Yeah,
isn't Exxon a part of the Illuminati?
Exxon?
Exxon.
Eggs off.
There are eggs on your house right around Halloween. It's going to be a very messy cleanup. Are they part of the Illuminati? Well, really.
Let me go to Wikipedia.
Yeah, who isn't part of the Illuminati?
Who's in the Illuminati?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dear Google, who is in the Illuminati?
That's where Alan got his pizza from last
Illuminati.
week.
Oh, that was so good too.
They're your $98 pizza.
I am hard pressed. I am hard pressed to get my wife to be as excited about that kind of stuff as me. But we were sitting there eating, and she's like, "God damn, this is good." I go, "I know."
Told you.
Even frozen and shipped and cooked, Lou Malnati's pizza. Illuminati's pizza is delicious. Even Siri knows better than to tell you about the Illuminati. If you ask, she has been programmed to just kind of try to bypass it. She's hemming and hawing. Siri,
give me an answer.
Who's it? Come
Spit
on.
it out, Siri.
Who's in the Illuminati? All right, you're giving me nothing. She got 25% of their Amazon stock.
Damn.
Alan, I think his liquid output with someone else was the cause of the divorce. That's right. Yeah. Good point. Alan, I work for Amazon, and we get great benefits.
Well, what's your
But.
job? No, what's your job? Are you a floor manager? What do you do? Or are you getting zapped when you run past the wrong aisle? Are you one of those?
No, listen, there are some people who work there who have no complaints about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that there are a lot of people who work for that company. So any company you have that has that many employees, you have some people complaining.
Like you have weird hours. Like you go into work at 3:30 and you get out at 9 a.m.
I wonder what
that.
somebody said, I wonder what they charge for shipping. Can you imagine, he had the divorce settlement mailed to her house, charged her $1 billion for shipping? Yeah, I'm going to need that paid by close of business. Thank you very much. And Alan, she didn't take $38 billion. She earned it. Listen, first of all, with all due respect, I know there's a whole contingent of that. Behind every great man is a great woman. That whole thing, right? With all due respect to the wives, okay? No wife of a rich guy earned $38 billion,
You don't know what she's putting up with?
Putting up with is one thing.
Don't over here, Mister. I'm turn down a proproposal. I'm not listening to anything you say.
If you read his Poundcake, he's a feminist now.
Oh yeah.
This column. Well, now you got me thinking about that.
Are we switching gears just in the middle of a sentence?
I love the line. Yeah, well, because he talks about the new Poundcake. He talks about being a feminist. Here's a line that's going to get you in trouble. Nobody knows inequality of the sexes more than a gay man.
I read that. Yeah, that was
even gay men can mansplain to you, ladies. Anyway,
and they do. AlanCoxShow.com.
A rich wife can put up with things the same as a poor wife can. Putting up with things does not have inherent monetary value because, first of all, it's voluntary. You decide to do that, right? There are extenuating circumstances, kids or whatever, but you decide to stay or to go. Plenty of people go one way, plenty of people go the other way, right? Your wife did not earn $38 billion because she put up with you being rich.
But
put up with what?
Maybe he had a chores list for her to do, and she did earn the money.
I see.
Or she said, here's your list of things I will do on your birthday. Here's what it costs. And
Jefferson, you did not rake the leaves again.
See?
He's like, we have a 4 million square foot house. I can't rake them leaves.
4 million
square feet.
That would be like a state. He has a state.
Well, that's why it's called an estate, Poundcake.
Can we go back to your estate? Like, no. Like, we have to fly to it. Like, I have a state.
You mean Missouri? Yeah, for sure.
Jeff Bezos International Airport? Sure. Just put her down right over there, next to Harrison Ford's crash. This guy, Harrison Ford, can't keep a plane in the air.
Did he crash again?
Yes.
Why does he keep flying?
Where's he going? Where's he
and
flying
also,
to?
how does he survive all of them?
Well, he is Indiana Jones. I mean, he's...
I didn't know you could fly a plane. Why, yes. Land? Land? No.
Dr. Jones! You need short round with him, this guy. You know, people always talk about old people shouldn't drive. Get this guy out of the cockpit. I love Harrison Ford, but
how do they not blow
We were
up?
in L.A. last time he crashed. He's got 3 or 4 plane crashes under his belt. This latest one, he landed the wrong way on a runway or something, or he crossed...
I'm supposed to go long ways, not short ways?
Hold on.
Oh, my God, why is this runway so short? Yeah, the FAA is now investigating.
I just see him like coming out of the plane, hands on his hips, like try to do loop-de-loop. It was misjudged. This one's on me, guys. This one's on me.
The FAA is now investigating Harrison Ford. He was piloting a plane in L.A. when he crossed a runway where another aircraft was landing. That's a faux pas with the FAA. He crossed the airport's only runway after he said he misheard a radio instruction from the tower. But they're looking into it, whatever. So, not a crash, but this guy's got 2 or 3 crashes under his belt.
Yeah.
We were in L.A. 5 years ago. Gwen was there for work, and I tagged along. And when I'm watching the news in the hotel room, Harrison Ford crashed another plane. He's got a little Cessna or whatever. Crashed it in a golf course, on a golf course, in... God, where was it? It was in Santa Monica or something, right?
I just remember it was a golf course.
Yeah, it was like Pelmar in Santa Monica. And we were staying in like Century City. I go, it's 15 minutes away. I got to go.
Did you go see it?
I wanted to. 15 minutes by Google. It's like an hour if you sit in the car.
Yeah.
But not that far away. I'm like, we got to get over there.
He came out. He's like, I sliced it.
Yeah. But that one, I was surprised he walked away from.
Again on that one.
Yeah, but the plane crash on that golf course, it was wrecked, man. I was like, this dude is Superman.
He just hops out like...
He walked... He's 75 years old. I mean, I know he's Harrison Ford, and he's in good shape. But he keeps crashing these planes.
Not a good pilot.
Well, no, you're a great pilot. If you keep crashing them and walking away,
that's true.
It means you're a good pilot.
Yeah, I think
he's just getting a little old.
I think a great pilot has never had a crash.
That's what I was going to say. Am I a great driver because I've crashed 6 cars and never gotten a DUI?
Yes.
That makes me a
well, you're
great
lucky.
driver.
You're very lucky.
Yeah, I think lucky.
I don't think
would
I'm
be
a
the word
great
here.
driver.
No, but you're not coming out of the air onto the ground either.
That's where you're wrong.
You only... You only have one axis to concern yourself with at that point.
She's a Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah. The Duke boys, cute. Roscoe P. Coltrane. So Harrison Ford, God, this guy. But yeah, I really wanted. No, I didn't make it over to that golf course because we had other things we had to do. But I had a friend who still does, lives in Venice. And so the golf course is about equidistant from the two of us. I go, you got to get over there and check out the Harrison Ford crash. He's what Harrison Ford crash? It's on the news right now. I just called it in. I told them my name was Hugh Janus. And they put me right on the air. Henry DiCarlo did it.
I heard he showed his boobs at a party.
Yeah, I'm still hearing from local television people about that. Hey, did you mention me? I did. I was trying to find out who showed their boobs. Good to hear from you, Harry Boomer. Appreciate it.
The person,
Christy and Joe Horton.
What?
The person that did it knows that they did it, and they can just call in and let us know.
That person has not hit me up, by the way.
Christy and Joe Horton, 9th anniversary, and Hugh Janus, turning 10. We'd mentioned...
I'm sorry.
What?
I'm sorry. It's one of those. It's one of those.
I totally fell for it, didn't I?
Harry DiCarlo is still at that television station, I believe. Now, whether or not he has fallen victim to another one of those Bart Simpson Moe's Tavern calls, I don't know. You know, like I mentioned yesterday that the governor of Kentucky was giving people a hard time, saying that, hey, people think they're being funny by screwing up this unemployment thing. We got a guy who submitted as Tupac Shakur. Ha, 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 you're making it bad for everybody else. And it turned out that there was a guy named Tupac Shakur. And so the governor had to apologize to the guy. Or at least say I screwed up.
I didn't know, and it's my fault, that we have a Kentuckian who goes by Malik, whose name is Tupac Shakur.
He goes by Malik. That's his, as they say, government. But his real name is Tupac Shakur. So it's always...
that would be so annoying.
Well, listen, you're operating on information in the moment, and he didn't have, he thought somebody was screwing around. But then he found out.
All his friends on Facebook are like, bro, the governor just said your name.
Yeah.
He's hitting them up like, y'all say, I didn't show my boobs at a party. Why are you guys mentioning me?
That's right. The governor also apologized to Haywood S. Jablomi of Lexington.
Stop it.
Husa bin Fartine of Owensboro. Amanda Jamadinya of Covington, Kentucky, and Pete O'File of Paducah. He went on television and apologized profusely to all of them. So sorry if any of you go by Malik.
Michael K. Hunt.
That's right. Also of Lexington.
Yeah.
And then right across the river in Cincinnati, Mr. Richard Dick Fitzinia, my apologies, even though I'm not your governor because you are across the river. Nevertheless, I did call you out, and I'm sorry. But at least he took responsibility for it. That's nice.
Yeah.
You know, some accountability. Something very important.
Philip Arnold McCracken. We're sorry.
Our sincerest apologies. I was watching a thing about how they're giving robot pets to lonely seniors.
Like a Tamagotchi?
My daughter asked for a cat for Christmas. We said, we are absolutely not getting a cat. We have a dog. That's fine, right? But they do make these extremely lifelike animals for like dementia patients so that they can pet them and they purr.
Do they have fur?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not real fur, but it feels real enough, right? So you put about 4 or 5 D batteries in this thing. It purrs, you pet it, and it moves like it's reacting to you petting it. And then it'll just, so it mimics. So we got her one of these.
Is it creepy? It seems creepy.
It can be. She played with it for about a week. But the Florida Department of Elder Affairs, or FDEA, is helping seniors down there by handing out robotic pets. They're called Joy for All Pets.
I think they should give them those Boston Dynamics spots, or what are they called?
Those dog robots? Yeah, that'll knock down the doors or open the doors or whatever?
Yeah, those ones that can, they're eventually going to be what hunt us all down.
Yeah.
Let's just put them in the old folks' home to get it started.
What's the movie? Have you seen Robot and Frank? There's a movie called Robot and Frank.
No.
About a guy who gets Like
What a title.
But it's good though. Like Frank Langella is a really good actor, and he's in it. And
Does he play Frank or Robot?
he plays Frank.
Yeah. Stretch. What a stretch.
It would be weird if the guy's name was Robot and the robot's name was Frank.
I see that.
Yeah.
Nice twist.
I'm Jim Robot. What's your name? I am Frank. So, yeah, they said that these seniors are going to be getting robot dogs, but the company also makes cats.
Do they pee?
They don't. These are old people. They just want to pet them and feel. They don't want to clean up after them.
Do the old people pee?
Oh, the old people do pee.
Okay.
Yeah, all
Okay.
over these. That's why they're
That's
constantly
why I was
shorting them out.
Yes,
that's
why I was
why
concerned.
they've sent so many of them to the same elderly community. They keep shorting them out.
You know, old people just ripping off their diapers,
That's
waving
right.
them around.
Waving them around like they
because you
just
also have a
don't care.
catheter in and you can pull that out.
Oof.
That's a bad time.
Wouldn't it be nice if you could give the gift of comfort, companionship, and joy to your aging loved ones with realistic fur, purrs, and meows? Hasbro's Joy for All companion pets deliver a soothing, joyful experience that inspires smiles, laughter, and fond memories.
It's so relaxing. It does. It just relaxes you completely.
Give the gift of joy and comfort with Joy for All companion pets.
Huh, there you go.
Broward Sheriff's deputies arrest a man who they say has more pussy than he can handle. I'm Kathleen Corsa with that story coming up on Channel 6 Action News.
That was Florida?
Yeah, I saw a kiosk at the mall, this is probably a couple years ago now, and they had lifelike babies.
Yeah.
But they were like newborn babies. The worst
For
part of baby.
17-year-olds who want to have sex?
I don't know. They were like for sale, and they just like, hey, you want a baby that looks like it just came out? And it's not
Alien
really,
baby?
yeah, they
Purple?
did not look cute. And they were
Like an old
creepy,
man?
and they were soft, and they were, yeah.
You
and-
held one?
Yeah, I held one, but I held it like.
Are these the,
By the head?
I'm like, why would anybody buy this? They're like,
Hold
sir.
it by the head.
You're holding it like you just uprooted it out of the ground.
Yeah. Like it's a turnip.
By a leg,
Yeah.
just in the air.
Like, does any people will buy these? And they're like, sir, please respect our.
Really?
And then it turns out it was a regular baby, and I was in trouble.
Oh,
no, it was. They were so creepy. They were so
I
creepy.
believe it.
Because my kids wanted to look at them, and they're like, and I was just like, these are terrifying. Like nobody like.
You're like, where's the soft spot? He's poking his finger into the top of the head.
Turning the
Found
button
it. Just
off.
don't
Yay, there's jelly in here.
Hey, you break it, you buy it.
Just don't know what the purpose is. For what?
That's
Why
for,
would you want that?
The only thing I can think is if like your teenage daughter wants to have sex or something.
They already give
Well,
you a baby in
They
school.
don't do that.
No,
these are for like
That's
kids.
never
These are for like
happened.
little kids that like probably around Alan's daughter's age that want a baby doll, but they made them way too lifelike. So kids would hold it and be like, "This is not fun."
There's a were they the expensive ones? Those
Yeah.
get real expensive. There's this super creepy show on Apple Plus.
I want
It's
to say they're
called
like $50 or $60.
M. Night Shyamalan did this real creepy show called Servant about this couple who loses their baby. And so they are given one of those super lifelike dolls as part of their therapy. And so
Loses like it passes
It dies,
away? Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
So then they have this
No, they left
I
it
like
Starbucks.
they misplaced it somewhere. They used the whole car seater.
super creepy lifelike baby that like to help this mother get through it mentally. She's like dressing it and holding it and obviously
too
there's
much of
twists
a-
and things in there, but it's but those dolls because they're like latex and rubber and they have like the appropriate amount of heft to them and it's creepy.
They're so creepy.
Hello, Earth Boy. It's me, Short Circuit.
Just go away.
Beep bop boop. Beep bop boop.
That's one of those babies.
Why did they get rid of the babies in school? Because I remember I had to carry around an egg. I didn't have to carry around.
We never
a
did
baby.
that.
We
never
had
did that
flour.
either. Yeah, I think
I had an egg.
I think they did. We did flour too, and I just gave it to my partner. I'm like, just leave this in your car, and we'll bring it back on Monday.
We
No, you
never
had to
did
keep-
that
you had
at
to- you had to
all.
keep
We
a
didn't either.
log.
I remember other kids doing it in school, but I don't
keep
remember
a log,
the...
but it's not like the flour's gonna rat you out.
Well, I went
write
to
it down.
I went to Catholic school, so they didn't want anything that even replicated teenagers having children prematurely.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but
I went to public school. I feel like that wasn't even I mean, I never took home ec. Is that the class you get that in?
I think it was. It
Yeah.
was. I remember there were other Catholic schools near us that did it, and it was called like family class
Family
or
planning or something?
Wasn't even that because again, they didn't want anything that might
This
make
is
people.
family class.
Yeah, hey, here's your sack of flour.
Yeah, they got rid of all the fun stuff by the time like I went to
That's
school.
the fun stuff.
I remember now because it wasn't home ec, and there was a girl in my class that this isn't funny, but it's funny to me.
Rapper Cardi B.
She was really upset because she got pregnant and had an abortion. And she was like, "I want out of this."
Aw.
And I was like,
Wait, she what?
She got pregnant and had an abortion.
She got pregnant and had an abortion, and they handed out this assignment, and they gave her her flower, and she just burst into tears. And she like everybody's like, "What's going on with Amber?" And she told everybody, like, because there's only like 8 of us in the class.
What year was this?
This is like 99.
No, of high school.
Senior year.
Oh, so senior year,
Yeah.
she gets pregnant, has an abortion.
She had an abortion like the year
carry around a
before.
sack of flour.
Yeah.
Remember that baby you didn't want? Here you go.
Here it is in
I'm
gold.
sorry that it's not a funny situation, but it's like uncomfortable.
Yeah, that is a very uncomfortable situation.
Okay.
I got a break. If you want to get a text into me, 35192 to do that. A lot of things for you to look at alancoxshow.com. Got the new Poundcake up there for you, the Alan Cox Show Instagram hotties. You can watch live, of course, and anywhere you can listen on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
We've been bringing you... that everyone dreads, or is embarrassed by, or tries to avoid completely.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. 35192. Want to give me a text? Some woman went a little bit viral because she posted a photo. Maybe she's not a wrestling fan. What do I know? She's at Walmart, and she posted a photo of an NWO shirt. Isn't this like an old professional wrestling thing?
Nitro Wrestling Organization?
No, it was New World Order.
New World Order.
So it's not Nitro Wrestling Organization.
No.
That's a great
But
guess,
you're
though.
close, though, because Nitro was...
That's a wrestling
what they called,
thing.
Yeah, it was WCW Monday Nitro.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, this woman posted a photo of the shirt. Global elites are pushing for the New World Order with these shirts. Time to show Walmart what we think. One world religion, one world currency, and one world government. Yeah, you know how well that's going over. Anyway, she completely believes that the shirt... Boy, wait till she finds out what's
That
going
Hulk Hogan's
on.
a member.
What? You wanted to know who's in the Illuminati.
I'm sorry, Hollywood Hogan.
Hollywood Hulk Hogan. Terry Bollea.
Hollywood Hogan, not...
No
He
Hulk?
dropped the
Hollywood
Hulk.
Hogan?
He dropped the Hulk for that part.
Oh, he did.
Is he not as Hulk-like anymore?
Well, ever since
For that stint.
Thunder in Paradise and Homicidal Nanny. What was the Suburban Nanny with Christopher Lloyd?
Suburban Commando.
Yes. But wasn't he a nanny in something too?
There's Suburban Commando, and then there's Super Nanny.
Super
No,
Nanny.
is it Super Nanny?
I don't know.
Super Nanny's the British lady who comes over and yells at your
Yeah,
kids.
but he...
Hulk Hogan's not British?
Is he the British
No,
lady?
he's from Florida.
Hello, brother. You know, he didn't say that? Oh.
He's
from
got one of the most
Florida. Thank you,
American, most patriotic songs of all time, Alan.
Oh, he does?
Yes.
Oh. What's the Hulk Hogan song?
Hulk Hogan wrestles and he tackles your dad.
Wife. Oh.
I don't remember what it's called, but it's got a lot of
Real
American in
American?
it. Yeah.
Brooke Hogan has some bangers. His daughter.
They're called breasts. Poundcake, please. Wait, hold on. That's more ministry. Hold on. Let me get you to the Hulk Hogan here.
Now we're talking.
This is his theme song?
Did he wear like bald eagle shorts?
No, just yellow.
He wore hairy eagle shorts.
Yeah. Hulk Hogan. Pikachu.
Boy, he has a phenomenal singing voice.
He's killing it.
You'd never guess it from his speaking voice.
Like Joe
guy that
Exotic.
I was going to say, same guy that did Tiger King.
Yeah. Boy, people...
Mr. Nanny is what it was.
Mr. Nanny. There you go. One of the jurors on that Tiger King trial, the Joe Maldonado trial. What's the guy's real name? Yeah, Joe Maldonado Passage is Joe Exotic's real name. And one of the jurors in that trial said that there were all kinds of weird things that came up in that trial.
Well, that makes sense considering at his husband's funeral, he talked about his husband's testicles in front of his mom. So, of course,
Right.
weird things are going to come up during the trial.
Right. You hit the jackpot if you got in this guy's jury. But
Make
his
a whole
mom,
nother
his mom
documentary
knew
about that.
his mom knew about her son's testicles. She had them.
Not as an adult.
And the
adult,
meth.
yeah.
And being the third husband.
I think she probably knew that her son was a tweaker.
Second husband.
Second, if he married
I'm
Joe
saying,
Exotic.
At the same time, he was in a throuple.
He said he was in Oklahoma City or something, and so he headed back to the zoo, but they stopped at a motel on the way and filmed a softcore porn, said the juror. This was one of the anecdotes that was mentioned in testimony during the trial.
What is it in relation to?
How has this not surfaced?
Well, first of all, who cares about softcore porn? Everything now is softcore porn. It's a very specific thing, right?
Is that when like the dude doesn't have abs?
Yes.
A sexual threesome.
Dad bod.
Softcore.
Erotica.
Yeah.
I never understood the difference between softcore and hardcore porn. What is the
No
difference?
penetration.
Nipple?
Penetration,
Oh.
yeah.
Soft-
And like
Nipple?
I thought
you don't see erect penises in softcore porn. You don't really see like the action of
Areola.
anything. Like you don't like if a girl's given a beeger, you're not seeing it go anywhere.
You'll see her
yeah,
head.
you just
or
see her
something,
head bobbing. Yeah,
There's a lot of implied
Yeah.
sexual, like Red Shoe Diaries or Cinemax After Dark.
like
that
you'll
kind of
see
stuff.
bush, but you won't really see like a split beeve.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
I always
Bill,
thought that it
I'm
was
trying
the
to keep
music.
it a hard R here on the show, all right? The juror, who would only identify herself as Kristen, told Nancy Grace, of all people, about the Joe Exotic
She
testimony.
can go to jail.
Huh?
Can't the juror
No,
go
this
to
is
jail?
all over. The guy's in jail.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
jurors can talk afterwards. And
Part of a case.
the guy was Joe Exotic was telling his story to the extent where the lawyer cut him off and said, "All right, I get it.
Like, dude, what are you? Come on, man.
We don't need to hear it.
We don't need to know what docking is to put you in jail."
We asked you about the Walmart meat.
But she did say that some of her fellow jurors felt bad for Joe Exotic, even as they convicted him. We had a few jurors who were crying when we went back into the courtroom. You know, if you're a fan of Tiger King, the guy is essentially just, well, he's kind of a zero, but you feel a certain sympathy for him because he's just kind of a dullard.
Yeah.
He's gonna be
who's
Trump.
stumbling his way through. He's what?
He's gonna be Trump's like agricultural advisor, I'm sure.
Agricultural advisor?
Yep.
Huh.
Something.
Not Secretary of the Interior?
No.
All right.
I feel like they would mesh.
Okay. All right. I think they butt heads.
Yeah, maybe. Alan, I went to Catholic school. I had to take a fake baby home for the weekend. It was programmed to cry all night long, and I was in the 6th grade.
In the 6th grade?
6th grade. They
That's
want to
a
get you
little
early.
There was a
Well, they're
year-
trying to put the fear of God in you, too.
They're trying to
so.
keep you from doing that.
There was a year my sister went to a different high school, and she texted me in the break and said that they gave them a fake baby and a pregnant belly that they had to wear. And she
Yeah.
was like, I liked the way my pregnant belly looked. In 10th grade, she's pregnant a year later. I was like, it triggered it.
It's having the opposite effect.
Right.
You like that pregnant belly while the kid's in there, not so much
cute.
after the kid's out.
I like a little pregnant belly and like a tight shirt or a really tight dress. I
It's
love
an
looking
excuse
at
for
a
me to be
pregnant
fat
lady. Yeah.
because then people would say, "Oh, you're pregnant, not fat."
Cutest.
Yeah, I had to take that stupid egg. Talking about Golden Corral yesterday, I took it to Golden Corral, and I was like, I don't want to leave it in the car.
Hard boiled or raw?
No, it was raw. It was
Because if you drop it,
raw.
it'll crack.
Yeah.
You want a raw egg,
yeah.
so you're careful with it.
I had it in a little soap bucket. I had, like the thing where you keep a bar of soap, and okay, everyone knows that. But yeah, I had the egg in there with a little, bedding.
What's going to stop you from bringing back another egg from home?
You sign it.
It was marked. Yeah,
you mark it.
Mark it again.
Well, no, like the teacher would mark it.
Oh.
So they knew if
They
it was a
weren't
new
going to
egg.
just leave you an egg on the honor system.
I don't know.
Mine.
What if you're ovo intolerant? I can't hold this. I'm allergic to eggs.
Maybe.
No, a good way to get out of it. Alan, we had one of those babies in high school. My friends and I went to an IHOP in our Catholic school uniforms and sat in the smoking section with the baby. And we got a lot of angry looks. Angry looks. That'd be fun. Hey, can I take my baby into the smoking section here? Hey, did you hear we're going to be playing Indians baseball on WMMS?
I did hear that. That's cool.
We're going to be playing the 22-game win streak from the 2017 season. It is all brought to you by Discount Drug Mart on MMS. All the games will start at 7 o'clock beginning Monday night and continuing through Memorial Day. The entire 22-game streak. The
cool.
Indians will host an online 50-50 raffle, by the way, presented by Sports Time Ohio and WMMS. That will run from Game 1 on May 4th until Game 22 on May 25th. Half of that will go toward the Cleveland Indians Charities, which supports youth in Northeast Ohio. You can enter the 50-50 raffle at tribe5050.com. So beginning Monday, here on WMMS, 7 o'clock, game time, we'll team up with Sports Time Ohio and air the 22-game win streak in the 2017 season. It'll be nice just to hear some baseball on the radio.
Tom Hamilton.
Tom Hamilton.
I want to hear your voice.
Jim Rosenhaus. The dulcet tones. There you go. Hammy and Rosie, the fans call them, Mary. So anyway, that'll be a lot of fun.
Poundcake, what when he starts the game, where does he say they're broadcasting from? The corner of
5th and Carnegie? Wait, no. Carnegie and Superior.
So close.
Think about it.
Okay, hold on.
From the corner of Carnegie and...
We are underway.
Did they say Carnegie here or Carnegie? Pennsylvania, we said
Carnegie and
Carnegie.
He says
I'm trying
Carnegie.
to think because it's right
Carnegie
there.
And...
I'm trying to think of the downtown street. Shut up, Mary. I can't think.
Yeah, that's what's keeping you from... Two wrong guesses, but it's your fault.
It's always my fault.
Yeah, he's a Trump guy.
I don't know. I forget.
Think of Canada.
Oh, Ontario.
Hey!
Baseball Poundcake.
There you go.
Also Cleveland Street
Thanks, Mary,
Poundcake.
for helping me think.
I got you, Bill.
Cleveland Street Poundcake. Good for you. Yeah, so the Walmart lady was all mad. Costco, some of the Costco customers are getting all snippy because Costco's saying you got to wear a mask now. When you come in, you got to wear a mask. And rational people are like, okay, I'll wear a mask. Most places now want you to wear a mask.
It's a polite thing to do. It's an easy thing to do.
Costco released the information that the workers and shoppers would have to wear masks and face coverings unless you're a child or unless you have some underlying condition that kind of prohibits you from being comfortable in a mask. These are the rules now over at Costco. They're closing their food court.
No Costco hot dogs?
Well, IKEA has the meatballs.
What I thought was weird is Costco said we're going to close the food court, but it will be open later for takeout. Who's getting carryout from the Costco food court?
I'm doing that tonight.
Really?
I'll go get it right now.
You can make a hot dog at home.
Yeah, but
I was just talking about hot dogs yesterday.
You want a Costco hot dog?
I want a hot dog really bad.
$1.50 or something like that, and you get a Coke with it.
I'm fine with that. I want a hot dog, but I don't want to buy 8 hot dogs because then I will eat 8 hot dogs. I want 1 hot dog, maybe 2. Chili cheese and coleslaw.
I mean, you can't eat them if you don't cook them. Cook 2 hot dogs.
I will eat them raw.
Put them in the
no,
freezer.
Oh.
you won't.
Yes, I will.
You would not.
I've eaten
raw hot dog?
dogs. They're cooked. It's like bologna. It's
but
just a
they're
different
cold
shape.
and gross.
It's lunch meat.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It tastes just like bologna. I'm not in the... I'm not...
That's a new one to me, boy.
She ain't too bougie to eat a raw hot dog.
Bro, I'll eat every raw hot dog. You don't know me.
I
And
think-
then drink the juice out of the back. No, I'm just kidding. I won't
How
do
many raw hot dogs do you think you could eat?
that. In one sitting?
Yeah.
How hungry am I?
You get home from the show on Friday.
I get home from the show on Friday. I stay
Yeah.
in my dress, and I
Yeah.
eat raw hot dogs with my bare hands. I could probably eat
Just out of the
6.
package. You don't put them in a bun, nothing on them.
Snack.
You'll eat like a Slim Jim. You'll
Yeah.
eat a cold hot dog.
Yes. It's the same. I look at it the same as like having bologna in your fridge and rolling that up and putting it in your mouth.
You might be right, but there's still a mental thing that goes along with that, where
I've
it
done
just
that
sounds
since I was
awful.
a little kid. Just
Okay.
open up the pack, eat a hot. I could probably eat 4 or 5.
I've never even heard of that. So you're like Slimer in Ghostbusters.
Sure.
Oh, Slimer's eating cooked hot dogs.
Well, apparently it doesn't matter anymore. You just
He was on
pour
the
them
street
down your throat.
eating
Yeah,
it
okay.
from a vendor, a
Yeah.
dirty water dog.
So you'll eat 4 raw hot dogs.
Probably. I
Okay.
probably could.
All right.
Maybe more if I was really hungry. I could probably eat 3 right now.
Okay.
Whatever.
No, I've just never heard that before.
Really?
I'm sure that's probably more on me than on you. I've never heard of
haven't-
somebody chowing on raw hot
Well,
dogs.
I haven't had hot dogs in my home.
Why
in
not
years.
just cook them?
Because I don't
Because
want
Who's
to.
got that kind of time, Alan?
I don't have 30
It takes-
seconds in a microwave.
yeah.
What do you think this is?
Well, yeah, people were blowing me up about a year ago because I said in a pinch, I'll put a hot dog in a microwave.
I will
It's-
too, yeah.
Of course. I mean, it's antithetical to everything I stand for.
I don't know
But
that-
in a pinch, do it.
I don't think I've ever boiled hot dogs.
So what you're saying is, well, I grew up boiling them because we didn't have a microwave. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, that means you prefer cold hot dogs.
I don't prefer them. I don't keep
Then
them in
why
my
not
house.
take the time to cook one?
Listen, this is just what I have done in the past. I will eat a raw hot dog and not think twice about it.
Yeah.
But right now, what I want is a chili dog. I want a cooked hot dog with chili cheese and coleslaw on top. But I only want 2. I don't want a pack of 8 because I'll eat the other 6. not good for you.
Happy Dog's probably not doing carry out, are they? They're pretty complicated over there. Okay. Boy, I miss Happy
with all
Dog.
filling out the stuff.
So anyway, the Costco food court is going to be, you got to wear a mask when you go in there. And a lot of people are like, yeah, I get it. And of course, there's other people, the boycott Costco hashtag from the dopes who do.
They're trying to keep you safe. They're trying to keep you safe. That's all they're trying to do.
I refuse to mask up for the low IQ mob that's falling for the propaganda. It's all me, 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 me. All the conservative stuff is me, 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 me. I don't care about you. Me, 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 the propaganda. Fine. Like Costco is going to be mad that you're not walking around their stores. I refuse. Yeah, cool. Fine. Whatever.
Are they going to be selling masks in case you don't have one?
No.
Can I buy one when I walk
bulk.
in? Yeah. Give me 900 bandanas.
I was in the store this morning. Out of the many things that this pandemic has done, I think in a perverse way, it has been good that it has really peeled back a lot of the illusions that we have about ourselves, about the society, about this fake exceptionalism that we've all been, patting ourselves on the back for, these many years. I'm in the store this morning, getting a few things, right? Got my mask on. Most people have their masks on in the store. There's a girl, no mask. Looks like she's mid-20s. Fine, okay, whatever. She's on her phone. There's an older lady near her, like the girl's on her phone, gets too close to the woman, whatever. Lady goes, "Where's your mask?" All right? Mm-hmm. And the girl and her start going at it. And I'm like...
Arguing and
spitting. What store?
Well, but it was weird. Look, this is why we have seatbelt laws, right? You probably won't get hit on the way home in a head-on crash, but you might. It's why old people have bars in the shower. You might not slip getting out, but you might. That's why they're there. So they were going back and forth, and the girl had on, as I'm walking by watching this kind of unfold, I'm still doing my thing, she had on like a sweatshirt that said like inner bliss on the back. I'm like, where's your outer bliss, bitch? See, all this fake kind of,
Namaste.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. It's so, you are such a phony dummy.
I'm finding myself.
Like, if you don't want to wear the mask, right? Okay. I would certainly not look at her. I wouldn't look at someone and call them out. But this old woman felt compelled to do that. But if I were the girl, I would have had the presence of mind to go, you know what? I didn't mean to bump into you. Sorry, whatever. Walk away.
Yeah.
She felt compelled to go back and forth with this woman. About what? Like, what are you defending, by the way?
It's her right to choose.
People, I was going off on this the other day, and people were texting me. They were like, when did you become such a conformist? And I'm like, when it might harm other people, I'm happy to conform.
There was a similar situation. A dude at a grocery store, the checkout person actually said something to him. He didn't have a mask on. And it was like an older guy, and he got really pissy really fast. And he was like, I've actually already had the coronavirus and recovered from it, so I can never get it again.
Which is a lie.
He yelled, right. And I turned around, he was behind me. So I'm walking out of the store, and I heard him yell at the guy, and I'm like, first of all, you don't even know that that's true. So how about we relax?
Well, that aside, I guarantee he was lying about having it in the first place.
Yeah. Now I can never get it again. And he yelled at the kid.
Again, it's me, right? If you had actually had it, you would have been like, man, I don't want anyone to get this.
Right.
Blah, 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 whatever.
It's
all me.
Yeah, I'm trying to be good about wearing the masks. Sometimes I forget to put one on when I'm taking my dog out. But it's nice to see the people in my building have also taken it serious, because there's a guy that's like, a couple weeks ago, he's like, I don't think I'm going to wear a mask. And then I saw him wearing a mask. I'm like, it's good to see that you are taking this serious and not...
Or paying enough attention that it's changing their mind.
This is something I should do out of respect for others as well.
Even the crackheads over by my neighborhood are wearing masks. And they do crack still. They haven't stopped.
But the thing is...
they cut a little circle just for the pipe.
Still do their crack.
Crack masks.
They're respectful.
If you see any of my droplets get in the air, get back to me. Those are crack droplets. I need them. No, but it's like, it would be different if it were some crazy inconvenient thing that you were asked to do, right? You got to wear a helmet. It's just not. It couldn't be easier.
Right.
Mask on the face. I mean, whatever.
Shirt sleeve or a bandana. Or there's a million ways to do it. There's no excuse not to do it.
I had heard...
Other than you just don't care about people.
I had heard...
Or you have like a condition where you can't wear a mask. Those two.
I had heard a lot of stories like that, but I had never seen one
Yeah.
where two people were arguing over the thing.
Why didn't you film it?
That's not my that's not my default position. Is
Well,
to start
I
filming
know.
something.
Yeah, man, film it and put it on the
Just
website.
Put your
Come
phone
on.
like right by your chair.
No, I don't care.
We can create
I have
content.
this where I can tell the story. I
Yeah.
don't need other people to watch it. But yeah, it was so strange. I was like, really?
Was it getting heated?
It was starting to, but it was like as I'm walking by, I saw her sweatshirt. It was like, inner bliss. I'm like,
Mind your business, you
are
old bat.
such a phony.
Yeah. Well, she can be blissful on the inside and a piece of trash on the outside.
No, you can't.
You can.
You can't.
I don't think you can.
You can't.
What if you what if you get bliss and peace from being a garbage human? What if that's what makes you happy and makes you peaceful and blissful? It's different. Bliss is different for every person.
Chad Daniels was talking about this on his podcast where for 2 hours he went around and yelled at people in his car because he needed to get some rage out. So that's what he did.
See?
And
He's screaming at people?
Now he feels better and
But
more
screaming at
centered.
him for what?
Just driving like jerks and stuff.
Yeah, I think in the moment that makes you feel like you've let off a release valve, but big picture, that's not making you any
Yeah.
more peaceful.
It might be.
He
That
may
you're
have
getting-
more
that you're-
problems,
that
you're
you're-
right.
Yeah, you're boiling your blood when you know. Again, it wasn't. These two weren't going to come to fisticuffs. It wasn't like that.
It would have been a quick fight.
But it kind of caught my ear when the old lady said something, because it was kind of that. It's quiet otherwise,
Right, yeah.
you know. And again, not everyone in the place was wearing a mask.
But she chose, because she got close, so she was probably uncomfortable that she was so close.
That's
and then
what
the
I
fact that
assumed.
She didn't have the mask
That's
on.
what I assumed. And I got to tell you, I am surprised at how many older people aren't wearing them.
They're probably like, I'm going to die anyway. Again, me, like
me,
you said.
me.
But
That's fine. That's fine. My thought is, listen, best practices, man, whatever that is.
See, now-
That's why so many people are kind of confused that DeWine now is being so kind of wishy-washy over the masks. Because he was like, we want everyone to wear the masks, and now they're like, well,
he was presented with
but-
reasons why some people can't wear masks.
Well, it's not It's not about you can't wear the masks. He was like, well, we recommend that you do the. You know, back in the day, CDC guidelines were usually mandated, but now they're under the thumb of President I don't give a rat's ass. So they're like, well, you don't. We recommend, but you don't have to, and you don't. Well, so it's like, okay, well, but that does lead to confusion with people.
yeah,
Where you go, well, am I supposed to? You know,
it's a free country, Alan.
it is a free country.
Maybe her exercising her Fifth Amendment rights to bear arms and no mask makes her feel inner bliss.
Her arms were bare.
See?
Tank top.
Tank top, no mask, gun show, baby! She's doing it.
I would think tank top mask would be a cooler look, though.
Maybe
a
she didn't
cooler
shave her
look.
armpits.
Even cooler. Mask, tank top, full underarm bush.
Dyed purple.
Yup. Kareem in a headlock. And, you know. Hey, Griffin.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, so I was calling in to add on to the mask comment.
Yep.
So I was at Heinen's earlier shopping, and I had a gentleman come up to me. He had come up to me just like randomly, like wide-eyed, looking at me, and I was like, "Hey, what's up?" And he was like, "Thanks for not being a sheep." I said, "What do you mean?" He was like, "Thanks for not wearing a mask. Thanks for not conforming to society." And I heard you said that, the whole conform thing, so I just figured I'd give you a call and tell you there are people out there that are definitely not comfortable with the mask thing, and I think it's kind of ridiculous.
No, listen, I know that they're out there because it's all me. Right. Sheep.
100%.
Everybody's got like the Rush Limbaugh buzzwords ready to go at a moment's notice. I assume this was like a guy probably over 65.
No, he was actually like 32, 33.
Oh, well, okay. What do I know?
And then the only reason that he...
And so how do you respond to that? You're just like, okay, thanks.
I was like, well, yeah, I just forgot to wear mine today. Just like kind of this like retorted, like getting scuffed and walked away.
Yeah.
But the only reason he even came up to me in the beginning was because I guess somebody called him out for it too at the store. And he just felt to take his frustrations out on me, I guess.
No, he was looking for an ally, and then when he found out
Right.
that you were just someone that forgot their mask,
Yeah.
he's like, "Oh crap, I am the dick."
Right.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Griffin.
Thank you. Yeah,
All right,
you have
cool.
a good one.
All right, you too. I got a break. 35192 if you want to text. Next chance for you to win some money. $1,000 coming for you around 4:30 this afternoon.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
Show after hours line anytime you like. If you're not able to join us live, the number is 216-986-8903 to get in on that. Hey, Nancy.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, what's going on?
I just kind of had a comment with all this stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
The number of people that they say have died from this,
Yeah.
I'm starting not to believe.
You think it's higher or lower?
I think it's lower.
Well, because I feel like, I don't want to interrupt you, but what I will say is they can track the deaths. They can't track the cases.
No, the reason I'm saying this is my boss's son just put on Facebook last night that his friend's mother-in-law had passed away last week.
Yeah.
And she had a massive heart attack at home. And so they got her and they did whatever. And when he got the death certificate, it said that she died from COVID-19.
Oh, you mean they're lumping in other natural,
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
And who was the source again?
So it's my boss's son, his friend.
Yeah.
So your boss's son's friend.
His mother-in-law passed away from a massive heart attack.
Okay, well, this is,
They listed it as COVID-19, and the husband got mad about it and called the hospital and was complaining because that's what was put on the death certificate.
I see.
And he called the hospital and complained because that was not how she died. And they told him that that's what they are told to put on death certificates.
Well, you would know better than I would. I mean, obviously, I wasn't there, so I can't speak to it either way. But is there a chance that it was related to it? Had they tested her for it? I feel like if they, no matter how you die, if they, let's say you had a heart attack, if they had tested her for it and she was positive, I imagine they would put that on the death certificate. I mean, there's no, it might sound a little conspiratorial, but I don't know that there's an upside to lying about the cause of death.
Well, I think it kind of keeps people in that panic mode.
But what's the upside to that?
People like what you were talking about, how people are wearing masks and all that stuff.
Do you think people?
That's not panic mode though. I think people want
it keeps them afraid.
What's
that?
that?
It keeps them afraid that they could catch it.
Well, listen. I mean, err on the side of caution. I mean, sooner or later, I would think if you, first of all, you and I, unless you knew that person personally, which you do, I would never know that there was a potentially wrong cause of death. Like, that information would not be public knowledge. You know it anecdotally because you had a friend who told you. But like
friend of a friend's
yeah,
son,
if you were trying to
brother.
keep people in a panic, I would think you would want that information to be more public than just, I don't know.
Yeah,
who knows, man?
I just keep.
I don't see the upside to that though.
That the numbers are not as high.
I mean, listen, you could
also be lower.
You could be right, but I don't know. I mean, they're finding a lot of things that are connected to it. You know, they initially said, well, it attacks the lungs. And now they say it attacks the pancreas and the heart and everything else. So if they were like, she had a heart attack and it was COVID related, I don't know. I don't know.
It's just a creepy time.
Yeah, it's a very strange time, Nancy. That is true.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That was it.
So before I let you go, Nancy, let me ask you this. Are you a mask or non-mask person when you're out?
I am a non-masker.
And why is that?
Because I can't go around being terrified of everything.
But it's for other people's safety.
If I was sick, I would not go out.
No, but there are people who are asymptomatic. Like, I'm not sick either, but I wear a mask because if I'm asymptomatic, I could get someone else sick.
This is true. Yeah.
That's the whole mask thing. Is like they say that most people, we could all be walking around with it, but we experience no symptoms whatsoever.
True.
That, to me, is what I understand to be the whole mask argument.
Right. But it's like, how long? I mean, this virus is not going to go away. Not going to go away ever.
Right. It'll probably, they say it'll probably be part of like the seasonal battery of viruses.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to walk around the rest of my life with a mask on?
Well, no, not the rest of your life. I mean, they'll develop some herd immunity and things like that. But yeah. Okay, well, how old? Do you mind if I ask how old you are, Nancy?
57.
57. And you have no, like, underlying conditions?
Nothing.
Okay. Well, I hope you don't get someone else sick, Nancy.
I will try not to, and I will stay as far away from people as
Right. Get your droplets away from me, Nancy.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
You too. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up?
What's going on, Chris?
Nothing. I was just calling in response to the lady talking about the death certificate and the COVID-19 being on there, and, that's not what she died of. What's happening is hospitals get extra funding from state and federal governments for each COVID-19 patient that they treat. So what's happening is they're changing it to COVID-19 so they can get that extra funding.
Okay. How much extra? Well, like per head or what?
Yeah, it's per person.
Because it sure doesn't sound to me like they're getting anywhere near what they need, Chris. So if they're doing that to get more money, it sounds like they're pissing in the wind.
No, I completely agree, but it's all about billing. If they can bill for a COVID-19 patient, they can bill for extra PPE and things that the hospital actually needs, rightfully so. It's just a savage circle.
Well, then why are all these hospitals going? They say they're going broke and cutting doctors' hours because they make their money off elective surgeries. If they're making money off COVID patients, why are they going broke?
It's all about billing.
Well, I understand that. I'm just saying, why aren't you think they'd be more flush? Okay, anyway, I appreciate it, Chris. Thank you.
Do they?
Yeah, no problem.
Does the hospital make that declaration though, or is that the morgue?
I think the hospital
does.
yeah,
Okay.
when they call it, they go time of death, cause of death. Yeah.
And if she died, it sounded like this lady died at her house, and she wasn't even being treated. She had a heart attack at home, and then the hospital's like, okay, she's dead, and it's COVID.
Huh. Hello, who's this?
This is Ray.
Hey, Ray, what's going on?
Hey, yeah, I was just calling about the lady that called earlier about her friend passing, and they said that she had COVID even though she had a heart attack.
Yeah.
One of my good friends had the same situation to where his mother had passed away. She had a heart attack. It was like 2 weeks ago. Nobody in their family had any symptoms. Nobody was sick. Nobody tested positive, but they still put that he had COVID-19 or she died of COVID-19. And when they called, they said the same thing to her husband, that they're telling them to put these on the death certificates. And I honestly think they're doing it just to keep people afraid to think that there's more deaths for this than it is. Because I believe that this isn't as severe as everyone's making it out to be. I mean, there's reports that this was in the United States in December. But now all of a sudden it's like a huge thing. And
Well, yeah, because that's how viruses work, Ray. I mean, that's how they work, though.
I have a question. Are
What?
these people getting tested after they're dead?
Yes,
Like they're
that's what
dead and
well,
then
she had already passed away.
and then they test them for COVID and the tests come back positive after they're already dead.
Yes, but hers didn't, though. She didn't have any of the antibodies, or she had nothing, no symptoms at all, but they still put that it was COVID. And her husband he was just like that lady said, he was irate, being like, my wife did not die of this. She had a heart attack. She was an older woman. But they said to him that they had to put that on there because it's mandatory now. Which, I mean, why would that be mandatory? Why would you lie about the way someone's dying?
Well, not only that, but that would mean, I mean, they're not marking that down for every single person who dies. So there's got to be a demarcation line. There have to be a certain number of boxes that need to be checked, I would think.
Yeah, I agree with that. There has to be a reason why they would keep doing it. The only thing I could think of is if there's a higher mortality rate for COVID, then you could keep people afraid and in their houses longer.
But why do they want to keep people in their houses?
Again, I think I think you guys are really overplaying this, keeping people. I think the whole "let's keep people afraid" nonsense. I mean, if people weren't concerned about keeping people afraid, then all the people at the Reopen America rallies wouldn't be strapped with their ARs. Those people do that. Those people do that specifically for the intimidation factor. So if they were truly concerned about why should we be in a panic? You'd leave your toys at home. Those people, not you, Ray. I mean, to your point, that is weird. I don't know anything about it, but it is very strange. I'm not sure why that would be.
Like I said, I just thought it was just a weird thing because as soon as that lady called in, I was like, that's weird. That's the second time I've heard that now. Is it like a fear control thing? I mean, honestly, people are easily controlled. That's the best way to control any mass is just fear. But I would just think it's just a really weird coincidence.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's also one of those things
Thank you, Ray.
No problem, guys.
I'm not saying Ray's wrong or right, but I'm saying until I see that, I don't particularly believe that because I feel like there's details being left out.
I agree with that because I can't imagine that somebody is Listen, who knows, man? Everybody's like world business and personal and everything's like upside down right now.
And we do have a messed up healthcare system in this country where they could be doing something like that because that's how they're
for-profit hospitals.
Yeah, they're for-profit hospitals. They're trying to get the funding that they need. They're trying to get the supplies that they need. Ray made all those points, and I get why they would do that because our healthcare system is so jacked up in America.
I just don't know that it's particularly nefarious in nature. But I don't know.
I would just like to know more about it. Maybe if somebody works at a hospital and they can call in anonymously and let us know if this is actually happening or not.
Those two stories back to back are the first two of their kind I've ever heard, even anecdotally. So, hey, D105.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, so I was just going to chime in because I heard that first lady, and then, Grant, her story sounded very legit. A friend of a friend of a friend of a friend. So
that's what I was
saying.
Yeah, but isn't that how most people's stories are? Like, if you most things don't happen to you,
right?
So, and
that was on Facebook.
I actually got disconnected or something, and then that other guy happened to call. So, like you said, back-to-back stories.
Okay.
But, the thing is that, when the I don't know what the people who process the bodies, a mortician, is that the right name?
Sure, yeah.
They need to know if this body is contaminated, whether it's COVID, whether it's AIDS, whether it's, something, I don't know, contagious like SARS or all the above. So, if they're about to get in there and start doing their job, they need to know because they're putting themselves at risk too. If it would be like if you got hit by a car, but you also had leprosy or something, it's contagious. So that's kind of the thought behind that. It's not that, the cause of death may have been that their heart stopped.
Yeah, go ahead.
They also had symptoms, or they also were symptomless of, COVID-19.
Yeah, asymptomatic is out there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Asymptomatic.
That seems more likely to me because there's just no. You can't tell me that the hospitals are in some big. They're in cahoots with someone to keep people scared and freaked out. They're trying to keep people alive, for one thing.
No, that's conspiracy stuff, and I feel like a lot of people. Because I'll admit too that when I go out in the world, and I'm fortunate enough to still be working, I don't really know a lot of people that have it or died from it, like very much outside of my network. So I do kind of think, is this for real? But at the same time, that was way too big to be some sort of conspiracy.
Well, no, because that's also that backward logic, as all these like Fox News guys are like, it's all made up. It's like, no, the cases are fewer because we all stayed home. That's why. They're like, there's supposed to be people dying.
Did flatten the curve,
because we did what they asked us to do. I mean, listen, nobody likes sitting in their house, and you're right. If we're fortunate enough to still be working and whatever, we're having a very different experience than some other people.
For sure. Well, hey, I appreciate you guys taking the call.
Okay, thank you, man. Awesome. There you go. There is D105, which I assume was his request for anonymity. Unless, man, that is the greatest name I've ever heard in my life. That's better than Jefferson Preston Bezos.
On CDC's website, and under there's a whole thing on reporting deaths due to COVID-19 on the CDC's website. And it says right on it, in cases where a definite diagnosis of COVID-19 cannot be made, but is suspected or likely, the circumstances are compelling with reasonable degree of certainty, it's acceptable to report COVID-19 on a death certificate as probable or presumed. So they can say, well, we think it is, so it is.
Well, but what I would say is, according to those two people who called with those stories, you would think the doctors would have explained that to the spouse.
But right here it says they're allowed to do it. They're like, we can put it on there.
I understand. I'm just saying that they made it sound like the husband complained and the doctor said, we have to do that.
Yeah.
They might have been leaving out some details there, but...
The only other thing is that at the very beginning it says if COVID played a role in the death, this condition should be specified on the death certificate. And in many cases, it's the underlying cause of death and can lead to other problems, yada, yada. Should be reported on the lowest part of the death certificate. So there's a lot of different, I've never seen a death certificate, but apparently there's a lot of different lines. So it may be like cause of death, heart attack, underlying cause of death, COVID-19, and
right.
So it's saying that there's different parts of the death certificate you can put it on as well.
I got a death certificate in the 8th grade. Forget it.
Do it again.
I'm not
Run it back. Come on.
Try again.
Wasn't even strong enough to do the first time.
This joke died of COVID-19. It's lower on the
Please put that on the very bottom of the death certificate. Hey, is it Liana?
Yes.
What's up?
Leanna, but yeah, same thing.
What's going on?
Leanya?
Yeah, Leanna, perfect.
Yeah. Woohoo.
So I was actually calling. I work at a hospital, and it kind of cracks me up to hear people say that these medical professionals are telling them that they're forced to put this on here. That's technically falsifying medical records, which could, in turn, in exchange, then they would lose their license.
Right.
Mm-hmm. So the benefit, number one, I truly don't believe these people are being told that. This is all kind of like my cousin's brother's sister's mother-in-law's friend,
It's a big game of telephone.
Yeah. Exactly. And I think that fundamentally, and they've talked about it, that COVID can, in fact, develop into a massive heart attack. So that death technically could be a COVID-related death. So you're right. And then I'm sure there's levels of having it on the death certificate.
Well, and I would also think, too, if they're like, she was completely healthy and then she had a massive heart attack, that they're going to want to look and go, yeah, that might have precipitated the heart attack.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Not to mention the fact that there's no true benefit to living in a scared society. The hospitals aren't benefiting. In fact, they're doing cuts. I mean, this is a serious effect because we can't produce or we can't have, standard procedures that we would normally have that are moneymakers for the hospital. So, in fact, having this COVID persist and keep the hospitals in this state is detrimental. So, technically, what they're saying goes completely against the benefit of the hospital.
Yeah, because
So
if you have a lot of people, because people are easily scared, especially when it comes to something of a medical nature that you can't see, obviously, to have a bunch of people scared, you're just going to get jammed up with people who are hypochondriacs or whatever,
Right.
And so, yeah, I don't see the upside to keeping people upset and scared.
Absolutely not. So that was my only comment. I kind of find it hard to believe that that's the case.
I like hearing from the people who actually do the work, so thank you.
Absolutely. Well, have a great night.
All right, you too. I will do my best. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan. I thought I heard you say that hospitals are jammed earlier in the conversation.
Well, some of them are. It depends on where you are. I mean,
like New York.
Yeah.
I was going to say that was my point. I could certainly see a hospital doing this because there are many locally that are struggling mightily because their numbers are very down, very low for whatever reason. And so I mean, I'm not saying it happened, but I didn't put it past me. I don't go, ooh, that's strange.
Well, I mean, Poundcake's former roommates, they're traveling nurses, and he got to a new gig, and they got cut, yeah?
He's back home right now. He got his contract.
We're running advertisements for, hey, come to New York and be a nurse.
Yeah.
Because people around here, if they're getting cut, we're running a ton of advertisements
My friend
for
in Atlanta.
make 3 times the money by coming to New York. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. So I mean, it's both ways, right? You could see that it could happen, especially if they get more money, and depending on what hospital and how in dire straits they are.
That's why you have to look at the full picture. You have to look at everything from a worldwide scope, from a national scope, a statewide, and then more local. Because when you look at one thing, it doesn't tell the whole story. So maybe if this was one story and that happened, it doesn't mean that's what's happening everywhere. And that's what a lot of people don't understand with this whole thing is they go, oh, I'm not affected like this, so I don't understand why I have to wear a mask or stay home or anything like that, because they're not looking at things from a bigger scope.
Hey, David.
Yes, Alan.
What's going on?
Hey, I got a story that's, contrary to what's been told. Good friends of ours. Wife, about 3 weeks ago, was showing some signs, some symptoms. Had an appointment for Thursday morning to the clinic. Her doctor was going to send her up there for a test. Ended up having some breathing problems and passed away. Took her to the hospital. They never tested her. They said she didn't show enough signs to be COVID, so they put it down as a heart condition.
Was she a young woman, David?
56.
Okay, so youngish.
So, yeah, youngish, and wasn't overweight. Never had any problems with heart condition. So, but they went ahead and did their thing, cremated her. A week later, her son, who was doing mouth-to-mouth on her, tested positive. And now the husband tested positive a week ago.
Wow.
But they never tested for her. And they even asked, they said, no, she didn't show enough symptoms.
That's the thing, is they're finding false positives and they're finding false negatives. And so, yeah, I don't know,
and
man.
if they didn't even test her, then that probably came down to the fact that at that time there weren't enough tests to go around, so they were using them very sparingly.
Yeah, so people are saying there's probably not as many deaths. There's one I know for certain. I'm not a doctor, but when 2 more people in that house test positive after she passes away,
and showed
that's telling
symptoms.
me that there's probably more deaths.
Yeah. All right. Well, sorry to hear that, David. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. You guys take care.
All right. Cool. Okay. I got a lot of people on hold. If you want to hang on, I will get to you after the break. 35192. If you want to text, I'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
866-578-1007 to join us, or 800-348-1007. All right. 35192 if you want to text. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that. We'll put you on our map of bureau chiefs. Mark is listening in Albany, New York. Mean Gene is out in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Dash is in Durham, North Carolina. He's a big Poundcake fan. And fortunately for Dash, there's a brand new Poundcake today at AlanCoxShow.com. His, it's not a weekly column, semi-weekly?
No, it's weekly.
Is it weekly?
We just took he wanted to change the night that he wrote it. So last week there wasn't one, but it'll still go up every Thursday. He's going to write it on Sunday.
All right.
And send it to all of us.
It's called Body Count.
Yeah, send it to all of you. I don't want to recreate that. Yeah.
Didn't think it had to be mentioned, but thank you. Nick listens in Austin, Texas. Joe is in Knoxville. On and on and on. Where's a weird one? Carrie is in Cave Creek, Arizona. Troy is in Bottineau, North Dakota. No. Hey, Bill.
Hi.
Bill, what's going on?
Not too much. Just wanted to comment in. I'm in the healthcare industry, work in a hospital. This whole thing over, wearing masks and people crucifying each other for, being out in public without one. I mean, the truth is the efficacy of it, viruses are beyond microscopic. You actually need an electron microscope in order to visualize them. So these cloth masks it's like putting a blanket over a plutonium fuel rod and thinking you're going to be safe from that.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you want to wear it, great, but it's not harming anything. You're not harming, if you want to wear it. But the truth of the matter is it truly is not doing much. Even N95 mask, that's only 95% filtering out a viral-sized particle.
But it's still better than not, right? I mean, even if you say it's not doing much, which implies it's doing something.
Well, that's like saying, like everything approaches an asymptote, right?
Yeah.
Well, if it's 0.0001%, doing something, sure, it's doing something.
So you're saying the positive effect is negligible.
I would say it's negligible. Yes. Because even
I imagine, Bill, though, that you might be in the minority in your field. Yes.
No.
No. Most people in the healthcare field are saying, "Hey, if you don't want to wear a mask, don't worry about it."
I would say it's always how you want to handle the public.
What area of the healthcare field are you in?
I'd rather not say.
I'd rather you did say. It would lend some credence to your opinion.
I work in the lab.
Okay. You guys wear masks in the lab?
N95s, yeah.
N95s.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you wear those?
All day. What's that?
Why do you wear those?
Because it actually, same thing of 5 feet of lead is going to protect you from radiation.
Yeah. Okay. So
and N95 mask is pore size built to filter out a certain micron at 95% rate.
Have you seen the meme that's going around now that everybody's using to explain the masks? Bill did it yesterday. Peeing on someone. I put
it on my Instagram.
Yeah, there's if I wear jeans and I pee, it only gets on me, and blah blah blah. And people can better kind of digest things if it's in visual meme form. So as someone in the healthcare field, your thought is, because you might not be a minority where you work, but you are definitely an outlier in the people that I've talked to in the medical field.
I'm an outlier as far as how they want to explain it to the public. It's better.
So what would be a better way to approach it? What would be a more effective way to approach it on such a large scale?
I think one of the things is this is the first time to necessarily have, this is absolutely a contagious virus. It's not.
So do you agree with every?
Absolutely, I agree with all that. But the issue is we are all going to get this, of course. And what the tragic thing is this is having obviously all the statistics are constantly changing, but this is in some areas, 20% mortality rate for a certain age population. I mean, that's significant.
So do you think that? So do you think that shutting everything down was the wrong way to go? Are you more of a proponent of the herd immunity tack?
That's a big one way of doing it. I really, right now at this point in time, I don't know. I'm not going to stand here and say, I'm not an immunologist or epidemiologist or anything like that. So I don't have the credentials to say, hey, we shouldn't have done this. My opinion is like almost, what, DeWine and other officials have said. Rather we do this and look back and go, hey, maybe we overreacted, but we're not stuck with millions of deaths.
It's better to err on the side of caution.
Right.
So when you're out and about running around, Bill, are you wearing a mask?
No, I'm not.
Are you shaming people that are? Are you one of those people that are like, thanks for not being a sheep?
Did you approach a guy at Heinen's recently?
That's my problem, though, is like for people that are shaming others
one way or the
not
other,
wearing a mask when they don't really have the knowledge of even like what a virus is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, once you have a virus, if you've ever had chickenpox, you still have that virus in you.
Right.
I had swine flu.
Right.
So I have swine flu still.
He's still a little piggy.
So once your body develops antibodies towards it, it's constantly keeping that virus latent.
Yeah,
now,
right, okay.
If you become immunocompressed again, there's a possibility for all the viral infections you've had in the past for them to show back up. Because
as I understand it, I mean the mask is simply you're trying to keep your moisture away from other people that might possibly infect them.
Right, and that's actually like the interesting thing about this virus is they say that even in people like people that are asymptomatic, or even that have become infected within the last few days, their viral load is extremely high. So it could take a tiny droplet to infect somebody.
Right, and so when
that's still going to get through your mask.
But it's not going to have the same spread, though. Like if it gets through the mask, it's one thing, but it's not going to go as far. Like it's going to slow it a little bit, right? It's not as.
It's more going to contain your macro mucus and snot rather than the virus. Truly, if you Google
Did you see my tweet?
size of a virus versus the pores in between the threads of your cloth mask, the virus is actually still getting out there.
I'm telling you, nothing gets me more upset than when somebody tries to put a blanket on my fuel rod or when my macro mucus gets out there. You keep your hands off my macro mucus.
Thought it was macro mucus, but it's not.
If we go back through history, if you got sick, God was angry. Galileo. The Earth isn't at the center of the universe, or isn't the center of the universe.
Sadly, Bill, a lot of people still think that it's because God is mad at us.
It's the gays.
Yeah, it's the gays.
Thanks,
right.
Poundcake.
But all those people were jumped on the wagon at the time and goes, "Hey, you're the crazy one," and then we get to hopefully progress as a society, look back and be like, we kind of missed on that one.
Well, also, Bill, I think also that it's the only. There was that flu epidemic in the 50s, but the one that everybody looks to is the 1918 Spanish flu. And I think a lot of people have come to the conclusion that those numbers were wildly inflated too. But they didn't shut everything down back then, so you had a lot of people dying. And I think they look to that and they go, well, we don't want that.
And that's the other issue I have is like, we actually did have sort of a shutdown during that time. The St. Louis versus Philadelphia model is
right.
an example that's been brought up for flattening the curve.
Right.
So there was actually lockdowns initiated
in St. Louis.
Precautions that we're taking. Yeah. And like so, there's proof that it did do what we're going for right now. So it's like for everyone saying, "Oh, this is unheard of. We've never done this." Yeah, we actually have. And then when people came back from the war, they had parades, and we had more spikes.
Right. Well, it's like, everybody, for a while, all these people were into Sweden. They were like, Sweden didn't do anything and they're fine. Well, now everybody's dying in Sweden. So they're like, well, it just took them a little bit longer. But obviously, yeah, if you don't shut things down, you're going to have people dying.
It's just, we're all going to see how this plays out. I am of the proponent better safe than sorry. But don't go out there. No one needs to be crucifying each other over anything. Somebody cuts you off, big deal. Somebody's not wearing a mask in a store,
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with that. Everybody is so goddamn stressed out. It's like, if you can find a way to not yell at someone, just in normal everyday life, find a way to not yell at someone,
Yeah, that's where I come from as well.
All right, listen, I appreciate the call, Bill.
Thank you.
All right, there's Bill, who's a lab chemist. I think he did he refer to himself as a chemologist? Because that's going to throw...
No.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought maybe he said gemologist, in which case...
Those types of opinions are hard for me personally, because it's like, obviously he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he's working in a lab in a hospital. He's right there. He knows all that stuff. But then it's like, so then is it just kind of if you're going to get it, you're going to get it?
Well, here's the thing, though. It's like everybody, even the people in the medical profession, are trying to figure this thing out right now.
Yeah.
So I'm sure as hell not going to know any more than they do, whether it's a guy like Bill who goes, the masks or whatever, or somebody else who goes, the vast preponderance of people who text me and call me go, wear the masks. And I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. Yeah. So, but the truth is usually somewhere in the middle. It's not going to hurt me to do it.
People I know in the medical field, which I have a lot of medical field friends, and most of my family members are in the medical field. They say this is a not waterborne but liquid-borne disease, so it's coming from spit, saliva, mucus, all that stuff. If it was airborne, it would be a different story. But since it's coming from your mouth and droplets and snot,
but his whole point is that your mask is going to stop the spit from coming out, but the virus is going to get through it. The virus itself.
It'll ride the virus? I don't know how this
I have
works
no
at
idea.
all. Well,
that's the scariest part about it, isn't it?
I want to go back a little bit where Alan called Poundcake Pig Boy, and then
Little
Piggy, and Poundcake said, "Shut up!" And how dare you? After he is your hero.
He is my hero.
Yeah.
Who?
After what you did for him today,
What'd I do?
He tells you to shut up. You know what you did.
Oh, I got to give away some money here. I got $1,000 I've got to give away. Good luck.
Rover's Morning Glory wants to help with a chance at $1,000. We have your shot at $1,000 right now. Text the nationwide keyword CASH, C-A-S-H, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's CASH to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
For so many years, I thought that there was something wrong with me, that I was the black sheep and I needed to change my personality. And after a lot of time and consideration, I realized who I was. I'm a piece of shit.
Well, listen, it's good to come to those conclusions early. It's never too late to learn about yourself.
But that's not who Alan is.
That's who I am, though. So,
that's right.
That's why I say things.
No, you're I'm going to call you Little Piggy from now on.
Don't call me Little Piggy.
Somebody's like, "What? Poundcake had swine flu?" I'm like, "Yeah, welcome to the show."
Like literally 10 years ago, I had swine flu. Yes.
All right.
But you mentioned it like it was yesterday and today. And you mentioned it.
But guess what? He's still got it. If he had it, he's got it.
And people clearly don't remember, so that's why I keep mentioning it. Like
Why do they need to remember?
Well, that's why he's going to call you Little Piggy, so people will know. They'll go, "Why are you calling him Little Piggy?" He goes, "Because he had swine flu."
But
there you go.
It made me learn a lesson because when things affect me directly, I pay attention.
There you go. You're my Little Piggy.
You act like you didn't know that already.
I'm Charles Manson, and you're my Squeaky Fromm.
I was being careful.
He's extra squeaky Fromm.
I don't even know how to oink.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, please.
I don't know how. I can't
what
do
was
it.
That? What? You go.
I can't oink.
What?
How do you do that?
Grab a screen grab of that face mask.
I will.
I can't do it.
Through your nose.
I have a big nose, but I can't do it.
It's like where your nose and your mouth meet
the back
in the
of your
back.
throat, yeah.
Like if you're trying to clear your throat almost. But
I can't do it. I'd give up.
That face he's making needs to be the screen for every time we need to post something of his. Mm-hmm. That is the still shot that we're going to use. Him trying to oink.
One more time. Why are you moving your mouth? It's your nose. That's closer.
I'm just getting a
Not
bunch
your
of music.
throat, your nose.
I can't do it. Wait, I'm trying to do it. You think I don't want to not do it?
I don't know what you don't want to not do.
I'm trying.
You don't think I don't not want to do it?
I don't not want to do it.
I'm trying to oink.
I don't Poundcake can
not
oink.
do it. What's with the?
Because I'm doing it through my mouth and not through my nose. I don't
So
know
try
how
it through your nose.
Just breathe in through your nose. Okay, you can breathe in through your nose.
Mm-hmm.
Put your tongue at like the roof of your mouth.
This isn't working.
Next time I need a pig noise, though, I'm going to put all these together. And that's what I'm going to have.
But anyway, Alan's a hero, and you should not tell him to shut up.
But I say everything lovingly. Like, it's just like, shut up is like bitch. Like, bitch is a buddy, a friend, a confidant. It's not what you think it is.
He's telling his buddy to be quiet, Bill, is what
Hey,
he's doing.
please stop saying those
I'm his
things.
buddy.
Call me piggy.
He's saying, hey, please. Yeah, because you had the swine flu.
Well, I clearly can't oink, so I'm not that much of a pig.
That's all right. You don't have to oink. We're not in Deliverance. Squeal like a pig for me! Squeal like a wee!
I had a dream about that movie. I haven't seen that movie. I watched it once when I was like, I want to say like 14 or 15, and I never watched it again. And like 2 weeks ago, I had a stress dream about that, and it was just me watching the movie again. It wasn't even like I was in Deliverance. I just had a dream, like a terrible dream about that scene. I'm like, this is not okay.
Dude.
Have you ever seen it?
Yeah, it's real messed up. Last night I had a dream. I was hanging out in a back room of a bar with a bunch of my friends, and there's a country singer who's very popular right now called Kane Brown, is his name.
Yeah, he's not very popular.
He's pretty popular.
Yeah,
He came into the bar, and he was filming a music video. So he was like, hey, guys, if anybody wants to be an extra in this music video, just stand over here. We'll tell you what to do. So like me and all my friends are all excited to be in a Kane Brown music video, and he singled me out. He came up to me, and he was like, hey, do you maybe just want to like hold the microphone?
Oh.
I was the only one that he told couldn't be in his music video.
Oh, no.
So I was standing off to the
And
side
Blackwater
with
would have
my
never done that.
boom mic. I was holding the
He wants you
boom
to be
mic,
the sound girl.
watching all of my friends line dance in a Kane Brown music
And you're the key
video.
grip.
And I just had a mic like, "Meh."
Oh, no.
That's all I remember from that dream. I was
That's
like,
hilarious.
what is it? Even in my own dream, I couldn't be in a
You're the
music.
designated ugly fat friend.
Just holding the mic like, good job, guys.
I hate you, Kane Brown.
What a random thing.
I get mad at a lot of people that make me angry in my dreams, and it's very like unreasonable. But I still get upset at that person in real life.
It's hard not to. You're to separate this. I mean, it seems ridiculous, but dreams feel so real. It's like, a lot of people talk about this when you have a dream that your spouse cheats on you, and you wake up and you're like, why would you do that? They didn't. But you felt it. It felt so real that you still have those emotions. It's like psychological.
No.
Yeah.
Not for me.
Have you ever had one of those dreams
Where someone did something to me in a dream that I didn't like, and then I woke up and...
where a spouse cheated on you?
I mean, I've had dreams like that, yeah.
Yeah, and you
But I
didn't
go, oh,
wake
that-
up freaked
Well,
out?
you wake up freaked out, but then you go,
Makes
it
sense.
was a dream. And then you realize it was a dream and you move on.
Or you'll have a dream about somebody. I had one of these the other night where you'll dream about someone, but it's not their face.
All the time.
But you know who they are,
Yeah.
and like you interact with them as though
They are that person,
like
yeah.
a person from your past, but it's not
face.
them. And then you wake up and you're like, man, it's
Who was that?
who was because like the face, you don't know who it was.
No. Yeah. Well, I like that Snapple fact where it's like your brain doesn't create faces. So everyone you see in a dream, even people just passerbys, are people you have seen at some point in real life that you've either just glanced at or guy in front of you at the grocery store or whatever, that your brain doesn't make up people.
Yeah, your brain's not AI.
Yeah.
It's real I. It's you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not putting things together out of whole cloth. Poundcake, you've probably snored though, right? Can you snore?
Well, if I'm snoring, I don't realize I'm snoring.
But
'cause I'm
could you
sleeping.
replicate? Could you pretend to snore?
It's very similar
Now
to that.
open your mouth.
Huh?
Do the exact same thing you just did, but have your mouth open.
But
Exactly what you just did. Just open your mouth. Closer.
Close.
Now quicker.
Do it faster.
No, the same thing you just did.
That's what I was doing it through my mouth.
Not through your mouth. I said open your mouth,
Open
not
your mouth.
through your mouth. You're getting closer.
You're getting closer. You're learning. You're learning.
All right, now pretend to be a horse. like he's never even seen these animals before.
Not even difficult animals.
And even growing up in Oberlin, where I can only assume there are horses every 10 feet.
We're not like, hey man, what's the mating call of a red-breasted swallow? You know what I mean? Like, make a pig
Swallow,
noise.
I got this one.
Make a pig noise.
Not that guy.
Yeah, he's a brown-breasted swallow. All right, well, yeah, another edition of Poundcake See and Say comes to its logical conclusion.
What is that song? That
Old MacDonald?
The
Is
Kane. Well, are you
no,
still
like,
thinking?
I know all the Kane Brown songs. Is that it?
I like how she goes. What is
But
that?
you can't
song?
dance to
Old
'em.
MacDonald.
Yes, you can.
No, I'm saying you can't.
Oh no, I'm not allowed.
You're
I have
not
to
allowed.
hold the boom mic
You have to hold the
while
boom
all
mic.
my friends dance to the Kane Browns.
Where they, and also, I like
So
that
upsetting.
you have to hold the boom mic in a music video.
That was my job.
Where they don't use the sound from the music video. They play the
That was
the
my
track.
job, standing there with a big fuzzy mic, just watching my friends have their moment. It was so sad.
Well, and the craziest thing about that dream is that's a union job.
Yeah.
No,
You weren't
you're
even
gonna
supposed to be holding it.
You're going to get dragged
Well,
like Ellen.
Yeah, I guess.
Yep.
He came in, just Kane Brown and a cameraman, and I was standing next to the cameraman, and they were making a music video.
I was thinking about that.
Brown.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that Ellen thing where people were saying that she's a jerk for not using union people or stuff like that.
Yeah.
But don't they probably have protections in place? And I think there's probably more to it than that. I don't think she's being a jerk for that. I think she was going with who's the closest. What can we do for this? You know, someone might actually need the money more.
Yeah, I
than
don't know
someone in
anything
a
about
union,
it,
so
but
I don't
yeah.
know.
Alan Kane
drag
Brown
her.
is a pop singer who adds a fake twang to his voice. He's not a
Yeah,
country
it's
singer.
country
Whatever, he gets played on country stations.
Because that's basically what modern country is.
Yeah.
Pop music.
Bicep country.
Bro country.
He's light-skinned.
Hey, Will.
Is
Yeah, he's black.
I was wondering.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Hey, so back to the whole dream thing. I had this dream once, and I went out and bought this big white Cadillac, and I went out and let my mom drive it. She ended up T-boning somebody with it and totaling it. I was pissed, like real life, for weeks afterwards.
Yeah.
You're doing my dream car, Mom.
You know? So, yeah, I just figured I'd, throw that little story out.
Okay, thank you, Will. I appreciate it. There's
funny.
Will down in AK Ron. Oh, Kane Brown is a weird-looking dude. Boy.
He has a strange look. His wife is hot.
Used to Love You Sober was his son. Caitlin J is his wife.
Yeah, she is.
He looks like
you wanna
Patrick
talk about
Mahomes.
Fox.
He does look
He
like
looks like Patrick Mahomes. I was like,
Oh.
who do I know in my life that? Now,
Yeah.
neither one of them are in my life, but I was like,
Yeah.
He
looks
should do
familiar.
a cover of the Rainbow song, Rainbow Connection.
Kermit?
Yeah.
His wife is Foxy.
Told you.
What's
Yeah.
her name? Caitlin Brown.
Caitlin,
Does she spell it all stupid?
What's that?
How does she spell it?
QUAITLYNE.
K-L-Y-N. Yeah. All right, I got a break. If you need to get a text in, do that. 35192. Another $1,000 for you around 5:30, and we'll be back after these. 866-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to join us. You can send me a text if you like, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff. If you want to watch live, you can certainly do it there. The latest column from our little piggy. The new Poundcake is up there. It's called Body Count. It has nothing to do with iced tea. I just want to put that out there, much to my dismay. Bag Mitten is there. It's really a 1-2 punch from Poundcake at AlanCoxShow.com this week. Yeah, he's been especially prolific, as he tells me to shut up. 16-year-old Bill and the Alan Cox Show Instagram hotties. That's all there for you as well. Tribe Baseball on 100.7 WMMS starts Monday night. It's brought to you by Discount Drug Mart. We're doing this with Sports Time Ohio, starting Monday night, 7 o'clock. And every 7 o'clock thereafter, we're going to be airing the Tribe 22-game winning streak from 2017. I was here for this. I remember.
Yeah.
Something in recent memory.
It was exciting.
I told Bill, I was at Corner Alley. I remember I had just gotten off a shift at House of Blues, and I walked over to have a drink, and it was the middle of the Tribe game, and people were crazy and going nuts.
How many games into the streak? Do you remember?
The 22nd streak.
Oh, the 20.
Yeah,
Very
the 22nd
okay.
one, yep.
Yeah.
I remember the Tyler Naquin Inside the Park, I think that was the 21st, right? Where they tied the record?
Yeah. This was the one that broke it.
This is the one that broke it, yeah.
Oh, it was so cool.
Yeah,
I love that. I had a really bummed out kind of a morning because I realized that...
Even with your table?
I was actually bummed out at my table. I was having an open-faced avocado toast sandwich, and just like, man, baseball, and I was thinking about Edgewater Live, which was like one of my favorite things that I really
A drunk
love
woman's
that.
paradise.
Well, I haven't drank in a year. I didn't go drink at any of them last year, but just being on the beach during the day and then the live music, and I'm like, man,
never
it'll
made
be a
it.
while. You never made it? Oh, well,
yeah,
the show. Yeah. But yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, well,
I could walk there.
That's why I was just like, because I used to have Thursdays off from my job usually, and so I would go to the beach at like noon or 1 and like lay out and be on the beach and then hang out until like 5 or 6 and listen to the music mess. And then eat and then go home. But I was already there early, so I didn't have to mess around with traffic at all.
I know.
Yeah.
We were catching up on The Last Dance last night.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
And just watching those old games, I'm like, it's going to be a long time before that happens again.
I cried watching
a full sports stadium.
I was going through looking for a Throwback Thursday, so I was going through my phone, like looking at old pictures, and there was I was actually with your wife at Zach Brown Band at Blossom a couple summers ago, and it was like completely sold out, and I'm watching them play one of my favorite songs, and like I had a couple tears rolled down my face because I'm like, I'm not going to see Zach Brown Band for a while.
If you saw him once, you saw him.
I've seen him like 4 times.
Then if you've seen him 4 times,
they're
you've seen
so
him.
good.
Seen them too many times.
Okay, Coheed.
Yeah, but they're good.
I'm done with you. Either way, it was a little bit of an emotional morning thinking about that kind of stuff. Yeah.
And Facebook likes to remind you day after day after day.
Yeah.
Somebody hit me up this morning and they're like, oh, your Facebook memories came up. It was a picture of you and me in your Pac-Man suit.
Oh,
at the Alan Cox Show comedy tour
yeah.
a couple of years ago. I'm like, maybe I'll wear that for... I have a Pac-Man suit that I wore one year for the comedy tour. Maybe I'll wear it for...
Formal
Friday tomorrow. I don't think that's formal. It is a
It's
suit.
goofy. Yeah.
It has Pac-Man
We'll
all
let it
over
slide.
Okay, maybe.
We won't throw you out. We won't chastise you as if you were not wearing a mask in public.
Yeah, all right. I don't have a Pac-Man mask, though. I don't have a Pac mask that I could wear with it. I just have this suit. By the way, that was the one and only time I've ever worn that suit. So.
Well, I'm wearing a dress I never wore. Wear a suit you never wear.
Yeah.
What better time?
That's right. So Tribe Baseball will begin here on MMS on Monday. We'll air the 22 game winning streak from 2017. Begins Monday, goes through Memorial Day. Here on WMMS. Turns out that Felicity Huffman's kids' grades were fine. Felicity Huffman, who has already done her time in that Operation Varsity Blues. She took the plea deal early on. Lori Loughlin is still going through this whole thing with her husband. I think she thought in the wake of the coronavirus that she might
be off the hook.
You're that deep into this thing, and they're going to go, yeah, forget it.
Well, if she was serving time, they probably would have let her out. If she just taken the plea.
But Felicity Huffman did her time, and essentially all of her efforts were for naught. Her 19-year-old daughter took her SATs again and got into Carnegie Mellon, which is a better school than USC.
But it's not in Southern California.
Still.
Where is it?
It's in Pittsburgh. It's one of the rare schools that is amazing for science and art.
Is it Ivy League?
Shut up, Poundcake. Ivy League. This guy.
He thought Oberlin was Ivy League.
I know. He thinks everything's Ivy League. You know, you can Google the Ivy League schools, right?
How many are there? It's Harvard,
maybe?
Princeton,
Yale,
Cornell,
Vassar, I think.
Cornell, Brown.
I think maybe
Georgetown.
I don't think Georgetown
That's in
is
DC.
an
I think
Ivy
my
League
friend
school.
went there.
I don't know. But her daughter took her SATs again, got into Carnegie Mellon, which is no small feat.
Princeton.
There you go. Maybe. Let's put it to rest, shall we? Ivy League schools. Let's see what the Google machine is willing to tell me
named
here.
6.
12 of them.
12?
12 of them? Brown, Columbia, Cornell, Dartmouth, Harvard, University of Pennsylvania, Princeton, and Yale.
That's not 12.
That says 8. Yeah, there are. Well, it says one question is what are the 12 schools? The other one's what are the 8 schools? There are 8 schools. There are 8 schools in the Ivy League. So there you go. There you go.
So which one? We only missed the University of Pennsylvania. Alan, you lived there. What the
Yeah, but
hell?
I didn't. That's over by Philly. I lived
dare
in
you.
Pittsburgh. So, you know.
What? Because you didn't live in Philly, you don't know about it?
I went to a Big Ten school. I didn't go to Ivy League school.
Well, when I say I wasn't born for things, I'm not allowed to claim ignorance.
Depending on the thing.
What's one got to do with the other, by the way?
That's the exact same thing.
University of Pennsylvania?
You don't get to claim ignorance just because you didn't live there.
That is true.
Eh?
That's true. I should have known. I should have known all 8 Ivy League schools. I
Yes,
have
you
friends.
should have.
I have friends that went to Cornell and Brown, and
As long as you
I
admit
was
it.
too stupid to get into those schools.
I went to Toledo.
Or you didn't know the right people. That's also helping.
Yeah, I
you get
didn't
into
apply
schools,
either.
yeah.
My
Yeah,
parents
that also
couldn't.
might
No
help.
way they could afford that. But anyway, her kid got in, so she'll be going to Sophia Macy, because William H. Macy's her dad, of course.
And Lori Laughlin's kid just dropped out of school and became a YouTuber anyway.
There
so she
you
didn't
go.
care about going
Right.
to college.
Yeah, your parents there, because Felicity Huffman, they said that her daughter didn't know about all this.
Mm-hmm.
Lori Laughlin's daughter said that too, but nobody believed her.
Well, no, she said that she was like, I don't really even want to go to school.
I just want to party.
But they wanted, she wanted to go there for like the clout, not for anything else.
Yeah, she was
Yeah.
like, I'm going to be doing YouTubing from my college dorm. And she's like, I'm not going to do too much studying. I'm just going to go there for the parties and the boys. And then
there's like
she said that in a video.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, all right, I'm unsubscribing to you, bitch. She got flagged in every single video that she made.
But she bounced back. I think she's doing fine again.
She's probably doing it right. She had enough socked away anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So the Felicity Huffman's daughter is going to be she's going to be in the CMU Drama School class of 24. There you go. Congratulations to her. And their 18-year-old daughter will attend Vassar in the fall. Of course, they'll probably be doing that online from Los Angeles.
Now, if you're in Iowa, Iowa, Texas, they're trying to get everything going again.
Sure.
Yep.
They're doing in Kansas City. They're doing graduations at the drive-in theater.
There you go.
One way to do it.
I want a graduation where you get one of those T-shirt cannons and you put the diploma in there and then you just shoot it at the student.
You're stupid. I would tell you that, like, thanks, Dad. It's better than people like crip walking across the stage. I hate that. I hate graduations for that. that reason alone, just because people don't know how to chill. They tell you strictly, you're backstage, you're like, all right, no extra applause, no dancing, no whatever they do, the hymen, whatever.
The what? Dancing the hymen?
No posing.
The pose. The hymen pose.
Dancing the hymen.
The hymen pose.
You mean the Heisman pose?
No, the hymen pose.
The hymen pose.
Yeah,
Wow, all right.
They tell you, and then people can't even do it. People go through there, tongue
Well, isn't
sticking
that the
out,
whole thing? That it's like your time to shine?
No, because if everyone does that, then you're taking away everyone else's time to shine.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never been to a graduation, so I don't know.
I was, and I just wanted to get it over with as quick as possible.
It sounds special. Sounds like I'm really missing out.
Because I didn't do it for the piece of paper. I did it for the experience.
Right. Then why even go to the graduation party? Or the graduation
Because my
ceremony?
mom wanted it. My mom didn't have that experience. I got that experience, and she wanted the paper. She paid all that money for
Well,
it.
you can still get the paper. You don't have to go to the ceremony to get the paper.
She wanted the ceremony. She
The
wanted to
picture
go.
of you shaking the guy's hand. Hey, hey.
No, she didn't even buy those. She took her own. She took her own.
Teacher Photoshop. She's going to have you shaking lots of hands.
Here's me doing the hymen pose, Mom.
What does a hymen pose look like?
My baby.
Me and a big jar of mustard.
Do you think Hellman's maybe?
Sure.
Which is not a mustard even.
I'm trying Heinz. I'm trying to.
But why mayonnaise?
I don't know.
No, mustard.
I know, but you said Hellman's. Why either of those? Why a condiment?
I don't know. I was thinking Heisman and then Hellman's. I don't know.
Hymen. Do you know what a hymen is?
I know the Heisman. The Heisman is the little football pose.
Do you know why we're laughing so hard
Because
from
I
you
said it
calling it
wrong.
a
A
hymen
hymen.
pose? So then you don't know what it is.
No, what is Hymen then?
What do you think it is?
No, I have no idea what it is.
You
I
don't
was
know what a
thinking
hymen is?
No, I said I was thinking Heisman, but I said Hymen. What is Hymen?
It's it. It's like a.
You had one. You tell him.
It's like a thin little layer that is broken when a girl is no longer a virgin.
Oh!
Yes.
Oh, that makes it even more
Yes,
funny.
that's
Okay.
why. So it's like a small thing inside of a woman's vagina.
I do want to do my hymen pose now.
So when it is intact, you know for sure that she is a virgin.
I know nothing about this.
There
This is the
you
first
go.
time I heard of a hymen.
You've heard the word before,
No,
though.
I haven't. I was thinking
You've
hymen.
never heard of all of this pontificating you do about women and what they like. You don't know the word hymen?
No, because I just know of
Don't you know about
the cherry.
But what about
That's
what
what
it
it
is.
is. Yeah, but I
but
just-
T.I.
I always call
was
it-
talking about going to his daughter's gynecology exams to make
To
sure
make
she
sure her
was
hymen
still
was intact.
a virgin.
Okay.
That's
Popping
why.
the cherry, it's the same thing. That's what
Okay.
they're referring to, is your
Okay.
cherry.
Okay.
So
well.
you doing a hymen pose, is that funnier now?
Yes. 27. Maybe. I don't know. Who knows? Really.
Oh my God.
Wow.
27 going on 7.
Poundcake adding to his list this week on
Yeah, he's
AlanCoxShow.com.
bagman
I'm out of
hymen
here,
trophy.
man. No, isolation's getting to me.
Oh my
You
goodness.
can't blame this on
I know, I was
isolation.
doing it before.
Don't blame it on isolation. You're dumb. You're just dumb.
I don't want to hear about
He's
it.
been isolated from information.
Is it Hymen H-E or H-Y?
Hymen. Right? Hymen.
So,
Hyman Trophy winner Cody Brown is. Yeah.
What father would want to see their daughter's Hymen pose?
you're not going to see. Oh,
Hey, listen,
Just up in the stirrups.
if in college, if I was sleeping with a girl and it was her first time, I called myself a Hyman Trophy winner.
did you?
And I did the pose with a jar of mayonnaise in one hand
Mustard.
and a squeezy of mustard in the other hand. Hey, Jake,
Hey, Alan, how's it going?
what's going on?
Not much. I just wanted to hear what your thoughts were on the news, like this whole allegation against Joe Biden, the Tara Reid allegations.
Yeah.
And, I was wondering what you thought about that and how that might affect his campaign.
Well, it's a real shrimp sandwich, is what it is.
I didn't even see this.
There's some woman who has
Yeah,
come
I
out
know
and said that. Huh?
I know some people on Twitter were saying that he should drop out and a new candidate should come in. And I was a Bernie supporter, but I mean, if we could find a strong candidate, I'd be good for that.
Well, listen, the candidate's going to be Joe Biden. I mean, anybody who says Trump fans love this story, but anybody who says that being a pea grabber should disqualify you from being the president. That ship sailed a long time ago, right? So that's laughable if that's your logic or their logic or whatever. I think they have to investigate the allegations. They can't confidently say that he did something that he shouldn't have done, and they can't confidently say that she did not. But if Joe Biden's legislative record has been pretty... Listen, the bottom line is, if you care about women, you're not going to vote for Trump. Now, they also have to treat her allegations seriously. But for people who say it should disqualify Biden, you don't actually care about sexual assault. You care about Joe Biden losing. So they should They should investigate what's going on. But this idea on the right that Joe Biden, oh man, you'll cry laughing, because no one is going to take that seriously when you've got some dumpy wet mouth crook in the White House.
Yeah, it's like how you said a while ago that Democrats just have a tendency to eat themselves alive, and it's kind of like that's I kind of feel what people in our group are doing, and sometimes you're listen, I taking down our own candidate.
I guarantee
you have to look into this, but
I guarantee you the White House is throwing everything they've got at this because they know they're losing to Biden right now. So that would just, under normal circumstances, they would be throwing all kinds of opposition reasons. I don't know. They need to investigate it. They need to see what happened. But anybody who says that disqualifies him, that is laughable. So we'll see what happens. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate it. It's bad news for Biden fans, especially, women who want to be his vice president. Now they're going to be on TV nonstop. Go, so what do you think about? They're like, okay.
What were the allegations? I didn't even hear about it.
Well, this woman said that 27 years ago, Joe Biden squeezed her shoulder and then supposedly gave her the finger in a back office or something I don't know. But there are already a lot of holes being poked, if you'll pardon the pun, in her story. So I don't know. They need to investigate what happened. But the notion that he would somehow drop out, no way. Just look at the guy who's doing the job now, all right? And that logic goes entirely out the window.
Were there allegations against him?
Oh, Trump?
Against President Trump?
Bill, you are never going to believe what I heard. You are never going to believe what I heard. Alan, I came across an anagram generator online. We're going to take a word and shuffle the letters to turn it into another word. My boyfriend's name is Matthew Connolly, and his anagram was Total Clown Hyman. There you go.
There you go.
They were supposed to be on The Gathering this summer, and now they don't have that gig anymore. Total Clown Hyman is the Violent J side project. And now that's gone by the wayside. How unfortunate. So yeah, in Kansas City, they're doing drive-in graduations. I don't know if anything like that can happen here. A lot of these schools, they just feel so badly that kids are being stripped of this experience. All Hyman right. Trophy winners or not?
I'm going to do this anagram thing.
2019-2020 school year has not gone as planned. That is why we are excited to announce this year's graduation is headed to the movies. Soon, senior names will be on the big screen.
That's got to make you feel good, right? You're going to be sitting in your car in your cap and gown with the radio on, waiting for them to call you up.
We just got to change the way we do things. Got to get a little more creative.
Yeah.
I like the t-shirt gun idea personally, but instead you put diplomas in there.
Yeah, that's right.
And then you make it more of a free-for-all, too.
In the immortal words of one Ted Nugent, Bill, it's a free-for-all.
All right. My anagram name is Biscrill.
Where is this?
I just went to anagrammer.com. ANAGRAMMER.
See, the trouble is, I feel like our names are too short. My name will absolutely be too short to do anything
Squire.
Fun with.
You never know.
All right.
Bisks.
Biscrill
is not.
Did you put your full name in?
I did now.
Are we putting middle names?
I guess you have to. I mean, my first and last name is just
You can't put a space in it.
Coal Box. That's not very exciting.
I was on the phone. What was the website?
Anagrammar.com.
ANAGRAMMER.
We don't have cool names like Total Clown Hyman.
Nope.
Man.
Choir's Willie Mal.
Yeah.
Risque Iwi Mall.
How do you know? Mine doesn't show anything.
Risque Iwi Mall.
Scroll down.
What is an Iwi? Oh, boy.
Quagmire Willis.
I don't have any. Search. No best matches.
Well, anyway, she must have found some information that she found a place to do it. That made it very exciting for her. Hey, Maga Ryan.
Yara Man's 2. That's yours.
You're who?
Yara Man's 2.
Who's that?
That's Mary.
Oh, Yara Man's 2?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Maga Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
I love it. You're awesome. So Biden gets these allegations, and we should just throw it under the rug?
Yep, that's what he
Is
said.
that what I said?
Pretty much, yeah.
Ryan.
You know what?
See, Ryan's trolling me now. You know, Ryan, you started off but now you're just trolling me. You're just calling to get airtime. You don't have anything new for me.
I'd like to say thank you, Linda, because she's an intelligent woman from yesterday. But yeah, you're not too bright.
You must have heard a different Linda than I heard. Did you hear what I said about Joe Biden?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
then you didn't hear me say that it needs to be swept under the rug. You guys are the ones who wanted everything swept under the rug, Ryan.
That's absolutely not true.
Captain P. Grabber, you guys couldn't give a fat frog's ass how many. Guy had 25 women come out and say he did stuff. You guys couldn't care less. So don't come all self-righteous to me about a woman who said that Biden squeezed her shoulder.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. You are such a Trump hater. It is fantastic.
I don't hate anyone, Ryan.
Oh, God.
You dislike Trump.
I do.
Tremendously.
Because he's a crook and a traitor, and he's terrible at his job.
And he's going to go down.
Terrible at his job. He's going to go down. You're right about that. He's terrible at his job, Ryan.
You liberals will never, ever capture the country again. Ever.
Why would you say that? It's patently false.
Off air, I'll bet you money.
I'll tell you what, though, Ryan. Words always give you away.
Trump wins the election.
Words always give you. Words will give people away. The words they use will give people away. And when Ryan says, you guys will never capture the country again, that's because that's how he sees it. He sees the country as the property of Republicans because that's how they see it. Which explains to a great extent.
The people.
It explains.
The people, Alan.
Ryan, do you think that liberals aren't people?
You know what? I'm not quite sure on that. That's definitely still out.
You're not sure
No, cool.
if I'm a person.
Good job, Ryan. You really stuck it to him. This is fun every time you call in.
Are not the brightest people, in the country. They're just not.
But you'll concede that they're people.
They're people. I don't like them.
Because the president is supposed to be the president of everyone.
Why don't you like him, Ryan?
Because you're idiots.
Isn't he supposed to be the president
reason.
of all of us, Ryan?
I like a lot of idiots.
Absolutely. But when people like you that hate him and dismiss him.
I don't hate anyone, Ryan. He's utterly unfit for his job. I don't hate him.
How is he unfit for his job if he was elected?
One's got nothing to do with the other.
Absolutely has everything to do with you.
Ryan, Herbert Hoover was elected too, and he plunged the country into terrible, terrible times.
I'm going to go take a poop.
Okay, I got to go. Thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, you're going to get Poundcake to poop at work.
Oh, I let him go too early. Oh, my little piggy's going to go drop a load.
Can we do hiatus or more like a
well, you
take
know
a
what
break
I do?
from Ryan?
Yeah,
though?
I guess so.
It's just boring.
I
Because
know.
he comes back with the same stuff every day. And like you said, he's trolling you now, just trying to.
I keep thinking he's going to give me something,
But he's
and
not,
he doesn't.
And he doesn't.
Same thing
He
every
does the
All
same
right.
thing every day. Liberals are idiots. No matter what you say, he's going to say, "Well, that's dumb." I mean, you give him the whole our liberals people, and he's like, "I don't really know about." Like he doesn't have a problem with policy or anything like that. He stands in one camp and he hates the people in the other camp, and that's all it is. And it's boring, and I'm tired of it.
Yeah.
It's not like I like when you go at it with someone that knows what they're talking about because you're well informed when it comes to politics. But when it comes to this guy just spouting these buzzwords, it's annoying.
Yeah, we're not here to whack each other off. I mean,
Right.
I want to, Anyway, okay, so Mega Ryan hiatus.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, let me break here. Another $1,000 for you coming up at 5:30 if you need some money for the bills or sock away for a rainy day or whatever. Today is a rainy day, I realize. 35192 if you want to text or find us at AlanCoxShow.com.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
We've been here.
100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 and join us, or 800-348-1007. 35192 to text. 5:30 coming up in about 6 minutes. Another $1,000 for you to win to help with some bills or whatever else. And then 6:30 will be the last one here on this show. And then the Corey Roddick Experience after that. He will have 2 chances for you to win tonight around 7:30 and 9:30, and then it begins all over again tomorrow with RMG. I think it starts in the 7 o'clock hour, but you got about a dozen chances every weekday, a handful of times on the weekends to get some much-needed money there. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from out of Ohio, tell me where. We'll put you on our map of bureau chiefs. Christine listens in Vegas. Justin is in Buffalo, New York. Mark is in Albany, New York. Jake is in West Palm Beach. Marshall is our bureau chief up in Butte, Montana. He's with the Church of Satan too, right? Or is something like that?
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah. Justin listens in Honolulu. Hawaii is trying to pay people to leave, by the way.
To leave?
Yeah, people who I think aren't from there, but were there. They're like, hey, if you'll leave, because they're just trying to kind of stop the spread.
Yeah.
Not real clear on how that all works out, but hey, if you're looking for something fun to do tonight, friends of the Alan Cox Show, Bone Thugs in Harmony, are going to be doing a live rap battle tonight against the 3-6 Mafia.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. The Face-Off. 3-6 Mafia, of course, Oscar winners for Hustle and Flow.
Hard out here
for a pimp. Bone Thugs in Harmony, the pride of Cleveland, Ohio. Obviously, no one can tour. These artists are looking to art.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're going to be
Artists got to art.
Artists got to
art. What are you doing? I'm starting.
They're building up huge arts, and they want to let them out.
Art your arts, man.
That's right. So our friend Crazy Bone, I saw him pop up on Instagram. He said they were going to be celebrating over 50 combined years of hits between the 3-6 Mafia, who I think are a Memphis band, aren't they? Where
Yes.
3-6? They're from Memphis.
Salt Lake City, Utah.
There you go.
Yeah, no, they're Memphis.
And they've been around
3-6.
since the late 80s, I think.
They got that. They got the Gator boots. Gator boots. with the
Maybe.
pimped out Gucci.
I don't know if that's
suits.
them.
Who is that?
I don't know. I remember the song, but I don't remember who it is.
And then I heard boom from the amplifiers. That part. That was always my favorite part. Still Fly. It's Big Timers. That's what it is.
Oh, Big Timers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Big Timers. Still
Yeah.
Fly. There you go.
Who's Laffy Taffy? Girl, shake that Laffy.
D4L.
Okay. They fell off.
No.
Well, yeah, a novelty song, though, right? Laffy Taffy was a novelty song.
I think they had one other one.
That's just like My Neck, My Back by, what's her name?
Khalees.
No, that wasn't by Khalees.
You sure?
Khalees was Milkshake.
Peaches.
Peaches what?
Wasn't Peaches
The Teachers of Peaches?
Was
Whoever made the My Neck, My Back song is
Does her
notoriously...
name start with a K? Kalia?
It might be something, but I remember she's notorious for being
Oh, no,
a one-hit
Peaches is
wonder.
a different...
My neck.
Peaches is a white girl.
Yeah, and it's a really dirty song.
F the pain away.
Kia.
Yeah, that's it,
Khia.
Yep, sounds
There
about
you
right.
I knew it
go.
was something like that.
You drive a Kia and you couldn't even remember her
yes,
name.
and every time I wreck it, my neck.
Every time you wreck it. My same neck injury.
Oh, no.
Oh, damn it.
My hymen and my crack.
Yuck. Semi-redundant.
Hymen.
I'm just saying that could be an excuse. Like, Dad, I got into a car accident. That's why my hymen is broke. Sorry, T.I.
I found out what that was. I'm
Sorry,
sure
T.I.
my mom got very upset with me because when I got my period, I wanted to use a tampon, and she told me that since the tampon broke my hymen, I was no longer a virgin. And
Is that true?
No, it's not true.
That's
Is a
what she-
hymen a penis?
Well, so
Or is
I mean,
is
tampon?
a tampon a penis? No.
so that was her.
You said, cool, got it out of the way.
Her reasoning was that I was to remain a virgin until marriage, as a Christian girl should, and I had taken my virginity from my future
Did you ever
husband.
ask your mom what year she lost her virginity?
She had my sister when she was like 20.
Was she
My
married?
older sister. I think she was.
Damn.
I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
But is your mom still like that, though, with Jesus and everything? Or is she grown out of it a
I
bit?
don't really know. I think to herself.
Okay.
We don't live with her anymore, so it's not something that's I'm around all the time. So I
Understood.
don't really know.
Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
Those are so good.
So anyway, if you are a Bone Thugs and or 3-6 Mafia fan, they'll be doing a live rap battle tonight, 8 o'clock on Instagram. Now they'll sell some merch too, because,
Yeah,
hustlers got to hustle. So Crazy Bone is who I saw on Instagram talking about this. Crazy_Bone. We'll have all the info for you.
I'm going to watch that Parks and Rec show.
On the gram.
Yeah, I want to watch that too.
Yeah, that is tonight, right? They did a little teaser with Leslie and Ron Swanson. Yeah. Hey, Mike.
Yes, sir.
How are you, Mike?
Good. Fifth-time caller. Still hate the show.
Hey, beautiful. Who's counting?
You're welcome. The first question I had for you is, how do you pick the music that you like coming back from break? Always
Stuff I
cool
like.
songs.
You praise.
Okay, so how do you find that stuff, or who develops that?
I do. Just stuff I like.
well-
Bands I like, songs I like.
Good for you. And a lot of songs that you're playing I've never heard before, but they're pretty cool.
There you go.
Thank you. All right, second question I had was, I just joined Instagram, and I know Mary swears in her bits and stuff as far as her comedy routine. How do you? I don't know if Bill does or not, but how do you?
I have once or twice.
He's got a bit of a salty tongue, that Bill Squire.
Right, but there's never any slips or anything. I know a lot of these newscasters and such. They purposely don't swear at home, so they never do have a slip up on air. So how do you not do it?
How do you not swear on air?
How do we not swear on the radio?
Well, I understand, but just a natural talking. Sometimes you just.
I mean, we know where we are. I mean, I've
Honestly,
had to,
being in the studio, it's different. It feels different. You're like, okay,
it's like
almost
being
like
around your parents.
It's like a mental
Yeah.
change where once you walk in here, those are the things you can't say anymore. Or being around a little kid.
I've been here 5 years and I've never been dumped.
I had to dump myself once because I.
You just did it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. So maybe twice.
Okay, so it does happen.
It's just a mental.
Very rarely.
Yeah, you train
not
yourself.
often.
And sometimes when we're searching for a word, we're thinking, and it's because we're not swearing.
Yeah.
Like
you
I have
wanna
that happen
say-
all the time, especially when we're reacting in the moment, and we go and you
Yeah.
go, yeah, it's 'cause we're
Right, I
trying not
know.
to swear.
You get geeked up about something, and maybe you do forget where you are.
Yeah.
You just got to consciously try not to.
Doesn't happen often, Mike.
I remember Erica did it.
I understand that. So
I've
okay.
done it. We've all done it.
Well, no, it was. I just remember the reaction because I was sitting right here, and you were talking about some big hack that happened with Erica's bank. Like Erica had belonged to this certain bank, and they got hacked. And she was like, "Oh, shrimp! I gotta check that." And she was like, "Oh," she completely forgot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, last thing, Mary, you posted a picture from last year and this year as far as your weight loss. Wonderful job.
Oh, thank
Congratulations.
you. Thank you
Yeah,
very
you're
much.
welcome. You look wonderful, and good job.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Yep, we'll see you.
All right, there.
3-way, 4-way, 5-way. There's a ton of different ways you can get it.
Yep, that's true. Mm-hmm. Mary and the boys, right?
Yep, that's how I lost all the weight. Elbow to fist. Just it's more effective than you think it is.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm just handing out Hyman trophies.
Uh-huh.
How heavy is the biggest load?
Oh, boy. Hey, tomorrow's a formal Friday here on the Alan Cox Show.
Feel free to join us if you're at home and you want to get a little snazzy.
Curl
Dress
your
up.
hair. Put
Yeah.
on some makeup.
We're gonna
Tag us on
we'll come in
Instagram.
all looking like we're coming from a cotillion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all gonna be debutanted out.
Got my pocket square. First pocket square I've
You're
ever had.
very excited about that
Well,
pocket
I
square.
was talking about your pocket squares. I
Yeah.
was kind of like, hey, I should.
I'm just surprised you'd never had one before.
Oh, it's just not my thing.
I recommend them. Just a nice little extra flourish.
Where should I put my pocket square?
I'll tell you where you can put your pocket square. Put it next to his Hyman trophy.
Yeah, make it your new Hyman.
Yeah.
See, Mom, I'm a virgin again.
See?
The guys in Guar are recommending to all their fans to drink bleach. Because
Sounds
why
about
not?
right.
Yeah, they've done
Only
it for,
fair.
Done it for a long time.
Hey, everybody, it's Jizmac of Guar coming at you with another PSA for the COVID-19. It was really great to hear our president and America say that it was okay to use bleach as a cleaner or as a drug. I mean, Guar's been using it as a drug forever. So, this is the stuff. You can inhale it. That's a fun way. You can try to smoke it, shoot it. Obviously, drink it is the best. That's what I like to do. You just get the big old bottle and just chug away. So, if you want to stay safe with COVID-19, drink bleach, shoot it, smoke it. Like I said before, Guar does it all the ways. All right, people, be safe, but stay sick.
All right. Well, there's Jizmac from Guar. He is, I think, the best known of all the Jizmacs. Is the one from Guar.
Except that guy who got fired from McDonald's.
Yeah, that's true.
Special sauce, baby.
Gross.
I've got $1,000 for you to win for your bills. Whatever else. Good luck.
Rover's Morning Glory wants to help with a chance at $1,000. We have your shot at $1,000 right now. Text the nationwide keyword BORED, B-O-R-E-D, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BORED to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
You can call us anytime on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line if you're not able to join us during the show or just don't want to. You're doing stuff, right? The show might be on, you don't care. Whatever. You think about something later. 216-986-8903 is that number.
Hey, Alan. It's Brian calling from Chillicothe, Ohio. Once home to Bill Squire at the recording workshop, and I know you're not going to remember this, but once home to his Southern Ohio banana plantation. Anyway, podcast listener.
What is he talking about?
I don't
Is
remember.
that Southern Banana Plantation?
I don't remember I don't know what he's
I don't remember
Have
that
you ever
either.
played in Chillicothe? I've done that. I've done shows there twice.
I went to the recording workshop down there, and so I think it might be some sort of reference to that.
I remember
but
that.
I'm
I don't remember the banana thing.
I may have done shows there. I don't know. I've done shows everywhere.
Sure. Wanted to let you know that my podcasts are randomly interrupted by Spanish-speaking advertisements for God knows what. And also, the end, instead of hearing that incredibly annoying, old-timey Big Brother song, it is ended by a random ABC News report on William Barr testifying before Congress. Just wanted to let you know, and might want to check that out, buddy boy.
Yeah, I got to listen to the I don't know what goes into the podcast. I mean, I put it together, but they put ads in it, and if they're for Spanish, then they're being targeted improperly. I'll tell you what, for as much as we pimp this app, I wish they'd figure those things out. Half the time I can't get the thing to work, and then the other half, it just starts playing on my phone. Just randomly start. Yeah, I'm like, guys, you can't figure out the why does it randomly start playing thing? And why are we airing Spanish commercials during my show, by the way? For all of the
Latina list.
Yeah, but for all these super hyper-targeted advertising you can do now digitally, I don't know why there would be Spanish ads coming up.
Reach new demographics, Alan.
Sure. I'm sure that's why they're in there.
For when it starts randomly playing, if maybe a Spanish-speaking person hears that ad randomly, they're like, that's my new station.
Orale!
Tune in.
Right, there you go. Now, as for the random ABC News bit on William Barr, that's not random. That's me. That's Alan Cox's William Barr Corner. I like to do that every...
Raising the bar?
Raising the bar. That's right. It's where I interview his dearly departed parents through a Ouija board. I'll talk to them and ask pertinent questions. Alan, can you give a shout out to my kids in Coshocton? No. Alan, I love badminton. Badminton is hard to top. It's
so good.
It's going to be hard to top. It's going to be hard for Poundcake to top.
I mean, not knowing Hyman and doing the Hyman pose is pretty good. I don't know if it's badminton good, but it's good. I liked it.
Once again, I've been saying badminton my whole life, and no one ever corrected me. And
and I feel badly for you that you are surrounded by people who don't know that. And now I have two theories on that.
They knew it and they didn't tell me? Or
they knew it and they didn't tell me, or, sadder still, they have consistently tuned you out when you talk.
Yeah, both are probable.
But, It's unfortunate.
I feel like there's a third option where they're also saying it incorrectly.
Or they're like, what did he just say? And move
Yeah, they're
past
not
it.
as worried about it.
No, like, why correct him? Casual conversation.
But then again, how often am I having a conversation about badminton?
Or hymens.
Yeah.
You know, I was playing badminton with a hymen the other day, and it was like, oh, that reminds me of something.
Ever been to the Canton Museum? They got a hymen on display.
Here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, everybody. Here's
Baker
the hymen.
Mayfield, the Hyman Trophy winning quarterback.
Tell you
There
what,
you go.
That line would be around the block if they had a hymen on display.
Yeah.
No.
Well, if it was a person.
Attached
It's
to
still
someone.
intact, maybe.
Wait, you just go and like take a look and go.
It's like one of those things they put in your ear when they think you have an ear infection. Just, up the legs.
Up
Take a
the
look.
Legs.
Yeah.
One of the lesser-known National Lampoon films from the mid-'80s.
Up the legs.
I can picture the cover now.
That's right. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I mean, you went to school, and you must have had some form of sex education, and that word just completely went...
I don't think we ever discussed the hymen.
But you said you've never heard the word.
I think you do a really good job of not paying attention at times.
I mean,
Like if something doesn't interest you,
sex ed would interest me, and I don't remember in sex
but not
ed.
the women's part.
I had in fifth grade, we had like our general sex ed, like the first like class of it, and then in high school, you just kind of like figure things out. We had like little discussions here and there, but they're not going in depth about a woman's like hymen. They just know, okay, when a woman loses her virginity, when she's deflowered. They never said that. I've never heard that.
What's Kylie Jenner's kid's name?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought you for sure you were going to know that one.
He knows. He's playing dumb.
No, wait.
Stormy.
Yep. Yeah, let me
I mean,
see.
what? I don't know.
I know, right?
Yeah,
Because I was reading that article on her without the makeup.
That's the one with the face, right?
Yes.
With the face.
And I had to decide if I was going to start following her on Instagram.
Oh, you should
Stormy
follow her.
or Kylie?
Kylie.
I don't follow her on Instagram. I follow her on Twitter because I feel like
And
less guilty.
I decided against it.
Oh.
Like, no, because I'm going to do this for, you go through her feed and you pretty much got a good lay of the land. But she's got like 100 million.
Yeah.
I mean,
She's like the most famous person.
160 million followers.
it is unbelievable.
I don't understand.
I mean, imagine, understanding aside, 172 million followers on Instagram.
Yeah.
6,300 posts, which seems low, but I'm sure each one of them is highly monetized.
Oh, yeah.
But the Daily Show follows her, and Jeff Ross follows
Yeah,
her.
because they got to
So I'm
Everybody
like,
follows
oh, well,
they
maybe
have to follow her just in case she posts something that's ridiculous.
But
so
then
they
I
can
go,
make it in
maybe
the
I
news.
should.
Yeah.
But then I go, why?
Why?
If it happens, you'll hear
She
about
has
it.
a compound, and it's like a resort style compound where, like, I was seeing pictures of it on TMZ, and it just looks ridiculous.
Well, yeah, they all have those houses,
It
right?
looks like
They're all.
It looks like a TV studio.
They're doing a thing, by the way. There's this all-in challenge. Have you heard about the all-in challenge?
Is it poker?
Well, it's to raise money, but it is because I only saw this because I do follow Kim Kardashian, and she had a thing on the other day.
She sees how many she can get in. I'd watch that.
All of them.
No, it's
just a box of dildos and go
It's
at
not
it.
all in me challenge.
The all-in
Oh.
challenge is all these celebrities and artists and things like that. They're like, hey, when this is all over, donate, and like you'll come hang out with me, or you'll come to one of my shows.
I've
but it's
seen
like,
people do this before. They're like, win a date with us.
talk
like
about
John-
delayed gratification. I mean, nobody's going to be going on tour for another year. She's like, you can have lunch with us on the show. And,
Hi, it's Kim Kardashian West, and I've accepted the All In Challenge. Go to allinchallenge.com for your chance to win a lunch with me and my sisters while we film the new season of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. The money raised here will help feed the hungry during this time of crisis. We're all in this together.
I'd rather look at her than hear her. The voice is, but like you can perform on stage and have dinner with Kenny Chesney.
I will do that.
Right. You can be in Kevin Hart's next movie. You meet the entire cast of Friends. So it's heavy duty stuff that they're trying to.
Because they want people to bid really high for it.
You can get eaten by a dinosaur in the next Jurassic Park movie. Things like that. But these are all things that are going to be way off in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so people would still do it. Then they have something to look forward to, Alan.
Golf at Pebble Beach with Justin Timberlake and Bill Murray. Go to a UFC event with Dana White and Halle Berry. Be Ellen's next co-host. I mean, there's good stuff in here.
Which one are you putting in for?
The Pearl Jam birthday package.
Obviously.
For my wife. Smart ass.
So far, none of these have really hit me. Keep going.
I would do the Kenny Chesney one.
Okay.
Golf with Bill Murray, but I don't golf, so I'd...
I mean, some of them run a lemonade stand with Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman.
All right,
that would be fun.
I would absolutely do that one.
Go see UT football with Matthew McConaughey.
He's a Toledo fan?
Shut up. Spend a day on the set with the Impractical Jokers, which a lot of people enjoy. I don't get it, but it's a big.
I like that show.
Don't think it's funny.
Very
but
funny.
it's a lot of people love that. Shop and make TikToks with Charlie and Dixie. I guess they're they're huge on TikTok. Home gym designed by Kevin Love with 2 tickets to a game and meet and greet. So you
Retail
enter
value $93.
but you enter all these sweepstakes with like a $10 buy-in.
Yeah, but there's millions. of people.
6-week paid internship at Rock Nation.
Hell yeah, that's way better than Rock State.
So there's good things on there. Direct a movie with Jonah Hill. Now, I don't know if that means you direct it with him or you direct a movie that he's in. The movie's with him or you direct with him.
Don't know. Where's the
Just
comma?
don't run into him at Crafty.
Get to the Greek too.
There you
Get
go.
to the Greeker.
Get her to the Greeker. More to get to Greek.
To get to Greek.
Yeah. Get Greeker. Be Ryan Seacrest's next co-host. That must make his current co-host feel real good. She's like, what the hell? This is how I find out? Day in the life with Michael Strahan. Well, first I use rope for my floss. All right, I have to...
do you have to be nominated for this, by the way? Like, do celebrities nominate other celebrities, or is it just like...
They nominate other celebrities, yes. Yep. It's like the new Ice Bucket Challenge.
Got it.
Yeah. Okay. Fly to Vegas to be backstage crew for the Chainsmokers. Hey, pay a lot of money and we'll make you work at our show. Yeah, I'm in. You want to text, do that 35192. We'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show. radio station.
216-578-1007. If you want to join us, our 800-348-1007. 35192 to text me. Next chance for you to text and win some money. $1,000 is closer to 6:30, right before the Corey Roddick Experience. And then 7:30 and 9:30 is when he will have the last couple of chances for you today to win. Monday night, 7 o'clock, we start playing Tribe Baseball for you, albeit a blast from the past. The 22-game winning streak from the 2017 season will start for you. Game 1 on Monday at 7 o'clock, Game 2 on Tuesday, and so on. It is all brought to you by Discount Drug Mart. So there's no live sports right now, but who doesn't love turning on the radio and hearing baseball? So MMS is going to start it up on Monday night. 22-game winning streak from 2017. Game 1 Monday at 7 on MMS. Very exciting. They determined that if you are recycling, trying to do the right thing in the city of Cleveland, you are a sucker. Because it's all going into the same landfill. And apparently nobody was really paying that close attention to it. So congratulations! Yeah.
Is that just in Cleveland?
Yeah,
Or just
Cleveland.
suburbs,
All the
too?
other local municipalities were quick to run out and go, oh, well, we're doing it. It's okay, but the Fox 8 did something. I don't know if it was an undercover thing or what, but they came to the conclusion that all the recyclables in the city of Cleveland are getting dumped into the same landfill as garbage. So if you've been separating your bottles and cans, just clap your hands, just clap your hands.
Where is that?
All in the same landfill. And I don't know how long it's been like this. You know, we lived in Ohio City for many years, and we were pretty diligent with our recycling. And to find out that our efforts were for naught is terrible. They found out that the city no longer has a contract with the outside company that was hauling away the recycling. So it just ran out, and that's that.
And they was like, hey,
Well, I thought I read somewhere that Frank Jackson said it would cost like $7 million to do it. It was like $200 per pound or something like that.
I mean, Frank Jackson, first you got to wake him up, and then you've got to ask him a question, and then he'll kind of stare at you for a minute, and then something will come out of his
He's
mouth.
got to decide which family member he's going to give the contract to, and that takes a while.
Yeah.
He's really Johnny on the spot in the city of Cleveland. They're trying to figure out why the death rate from COVID-19 in India is so low. There are 1.3 billion people in India, as you know.
We saw the videos. I showed you guys.
Beating them with sticks.
Beating them sticks.
They're
They
beating
stay
them with
home.
sticks.
You hit people with a stick, they stay home.
I mean, I would, if every time I left, I got hit with a stick, I wouldn't go anywhere.
Well, and I was, this story's been around for a minute now. People are like, why is it so low in India? They're like pooping in the streets. And I thought, well, give it some time and it'll get to where, a city of or a country of 1 billion people would get. And it might still be a little early, but you have over 1 billion people. They have recorded 29,000 cases, and they have fewer than 1,000 deaths.
And also reporting.
In India. Right, yes. I'm sure it's a lot more than that.
Maybe they're just lying.
Well, it's also the world's biggest lockdown, too. Like Bill said, they're hitting them with sticks.
Yeah, hitting with sticks. They're taking it serious. So,
I mean, in a country where you do have people with, like, trees for arms because of things that are in the water, maybe they wanted to try to get ahead of it. Maybe they know how to deal with something like this. It is super hot over there. And I'm sure they got a couple of extra TB vaccines floating around. I don't know. But it is pretty wild.
I was thinking about this last night. There's a rise in incels because people can't hook up.
Right.
So technically right now, Mary Santora and Poundcake are incels.
Yeah.
Involuntarily celibate for the uninitiated. But a drop in shootings. So listen, say what you want about the incels. At least they're sheltering in place, and thank you so much for that.
I just like to, welcome. I'm just curious what it's like being a part of that community. I'm not. Mary and Poundcake are.
Listen, Bill, we're all very happy that you're having sex. I understand. It's cool.
Bill's part of the voluntarily celibate community.
Yeah. I just am really happy to bring some diversity to the community.
It's usually white men.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
we've got
a gay black guy
Yeah.
and a straight female, and we're basically king and queen over here, me and him.
Good for you guys.
We're probably queen and queen.
I'm king, he's queen.
Well, people asking me on that all-in challenge if there is any opportunity for someone to donate to that so that they can hold the boom mic at a Kane Brown video.
Just enter my dreams. What a sad
Enter my
dream.
dreams.
Enter my dreams.
Yeah. Al and I work for Cleveland. They've been mixing the recycling with the regular trash for years. Yeah, I mean that's.
So then why even put out the different
trash
bins?
in my
and...
recycling. You got recycling in my trash.
Two great tastes
that save us $7 million.
There you go.
You know what I mean? Like, why buy all the recycling trash cans?
And
That's a waste of money right there.
a different truck out too.
Yeah, I was
Right.
gonna say you
What a
have to pay
waste.
all those workers, but I think they want the illusion that they care about.
They'd rather pay that money to lie?
Yes, a lot of people pay money to lie.
I guess.
Pay the money
Kylie
to
Jenner.
Yeah. Yeah. Alan, is Mary open to widowers who make enough money to keep her as a homemaker? I'm considering axing my wife, and Mary is 8 years. How are you a widower if your wife is alive?
Sir,
going
I
to
think what
be.
you're trying to say is murderer.
No, thank you.
I thought he meant axing as in just getting rid of her,
No,
not
no,
killing her.
killing her.
Yeah.
Mary is 8 years younger than my wife. I'm looking for a replacement who doesn't complain.
There's a complainer.
There's so much in that.
He really laid out the red carpet for you there, too.
I have no
How do you turn that
interest.
down?
I have no interest in being a stay-at-home person. Guys have done that. I got enough money, you'll never have to work again. I'm like, I love working.
I want to work.
I love
Who
working.
doesn't want to work?
I work hard all the time.
Yeah.
Like, it's my favorite thing to do. But no, thank you, sir. I would rather not live with an axe murderer just because it's free. I'm okay. I'm doing all right.
I was talking to a buddy of mine yesterday who I hadn't talked to for a while. He was on my show in Chicago many years ago, and then when I came here, he bounced around for a while. Went to Philly, went to Atlanta. He's back on the air in Chicago, and he's killing it. And so we were just kind of catching up because our former castmate, who died not long ago, that I was talking about here on the show, and so he and I were kind of catching up on that or whatever. And he's like maybe a year younger than me, maybe a year or two younger than me. And we were like, you think we could get 20 more years out of this? Because we were just kind of talking about the state of the business, where a lot of our colleagues are getting furloughed or whatever, you know? And so we're fortunate that we're relatively unaffected by that, you know, so far, not for Micah.
Right.
But they're killing it, and I mean, we're killing it here. And I was like, you think we could get... Because he was like, what do you want to do when it's all over in showbiz? I'm like, I have...
You have no plan.
Run out the clock.
Well,
Yeah.
because he's like, he goes,
The
I
clock
want
never ends.
Yeah.
Bezos.
He's like, I want to like just quit everything and move to like some small town and then maybe just do like, you know, the midday thing at some sleepy classic rock station.
Yeah.
He goes and then just live in the middle of nowhere. And I go, yeah, I get where you're coming from, but I'm like, I don't know how to do anything. I barely know how to do this. So it's like, I have no illusions of like, oh, I can't wait till retirement. Like, I get if you hate your job and they're like, oh, just too, you know, you're
You want to work.
you're Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon.
Yeah.
You're Roger Murtaugh. You're like, I'm a week away from retirement. Yeah, I'm like, if I could get 20 more years out of this,
That'd be great.
it'd be
But then
amazing. I'm like,
you're gonna,
if
you're
I
gonna
could
Larry King it though.
die
You're gonna be
behind-
like, all right, Russia wants me to do a talk show. I just want to keep working.
I won't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say, bring it on, Vlad. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's like, you know, when people go, I can't wait to not work. I'm like, really? I think of retirees during this whole COVID thing. One of my neighbors is retired. His wife still works. And I'm like, this is what retirement is for a lot of people. Sitting around, trying to fill the
Going
days.
to Target for a half hour.
And for some people, I guess maybe that's the dream. But I'm also like, I can't. No wonder people retire and then they go, oh, I got to do something.
I have a friend who has he's had like over 40 jobs and he's 30 years old, and because he just doesn't want to work. And he was talking about how quarantine has been the best time of his life. He's like, I know how to live poor. This is what I want to do. I never want to work again. And I'm like, you're just happy? He's like, I'm just happy sitting on my couch smoking weed all day long. This is all I want to do.
And if that's what you want to do, great. But it's like there's this movement in the financial community. It's called FIRE. It's an acronym. It's Financial Independence, Retire Early. Okay? And it's these people, you read stories about them, they're like, I never spent a penny. I locked everything down. I lived like a hermit, and I retired at 39 with enough money in the bank. Well, I was reading an article that because of everything that's going on with like the markets now, these people are freaking out because they're losing like $250,000. Right. And so these people, they like, I retired at 39 and now I don't know what to, and I'm like, imagine. That's why it's so hard to sell people on a system like that. Because they're like, you have no life for 20 years, working your ass off, sock it all away, and then it could just go away. And then you're back trying to figure out, so like, why not live smart, but have some fun? And do it along the way.
You mean moderation?
Yes, moderation.
Ew, gross.
So all these people who thought they had like gamed the system, you know, I mean, not really gamed the system, but they socked everything away. Well, and now they're flipping out because they're like, oh, my accounts are cratering, and you know.
That's like last year when I came on here more regularly and I still had my stand-up money. I was like living off of radio and putting away all my stand-up money. And then I was like, maybe I'll move eventually or I'll do this, but I just want to have this put away. And then we got locked in and I'm like, I don't want a 36-inch TV if I'm going to be sitting at home all the time. I worked my ass off. I put this money away. I can't imagine just sitting on it. Like, to me, I feel like you work hard, you make your money so that you can enjoy it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you have no other responsibilities.
Well, yes, I have no children or anything like that. But I'm like,
you should do what you want.
I work hard. So those people who are like, I live under, I kind of get that mentality to work your ass off and then retire at 49 or 39. But at the same time,
well, if you have $1 million in the bank,
right?
If you have $1 million in
the
like
stock
the market,
right.
I'm retiring early. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah,
you're like, oh.
Now what?
I'm unretired.
Unretiring, yes.
I don't know how stocks work. You put
first you put your head through, then you put your arms through, and then they put the thing down, and then...
No, stocks, not socks.
Is that a homophone?
Stocks. Go ahead, sorry.
No, that was it. That was just my question. I don't know how they work. You put money into something, it grows.
You buy a share. So you buy a share of Playboy or whatever you want to put I believe in this company.
Probably dirt cheap right now.
You buy into a company that you believe is going to blow up or do well or whatever it might be, or even stay consistent. You buy stock in Target.
So how do you cash out on that? I look at stocks the same way I look at Bitcoin. It's digital money that you don't have yet.
It's very real money.
So... Okay, but
you
don't see it.
Most financial investors, though, will tell you to just ride it out. Like, you shouldn't be, like, looking at it every single day because it's going to go up, going to go down, whatever.
It's like weighing yourself.
Right.
Once a week, do it on the same day.
So eventually...
So the value goes up based on how well the company's doing. And if the company's not doing as well, the value of that stock goes down. You own a small percentage of the company.
I get it. I get that part. So then when do you get the actual money? Because the money's in the stock.
Whenever you want.
So whenever you want to sell, you can sell the stock.
But what if someone's like, I don't want your stock? So then you're just stuck with it?
Well, you're not selling it to a person.
You sell it back to the market?
You sell it to the market, right?
Well, there are people who want to buy that stock. But my father-in-law is a financial advisor. Been doing it for 35, 40 years. And I'll have conversations with him trying to keep up.
Yeah.
Right? I'll pretend like I kind of know what he's saying. But... yeah, I mean, some people, they'll watch a stock go up, and then if you get it at the right time, you can cash out. .com boom 25 years ago, you can really cash out.
There's there's people that bought the wrong Zoom stock.
Right.
So Zoom, like a lot of people. So because everybody was buying that, like the value of it went way up, and then it dropped off real sharp once everybody realized they had the wrong Zoom stock. So there's some people that...
What's the other company called Zoom do?
Zoom, I don't even know what they do, but there's like Zoom, the
video
conferencing, then it's like Zoom Industries or something, or Zoom Technology, which is different. but people were buying that one because that was the one on the rise. So they're just like, oh, Zoom Technologies, that sounds right. And they buy it, and then it was completely the wrong stock.
They make the little propeller hats. Then zoom, zoom, zoom.
Well, and there's also a company called Zoom XOOM. It's part of PayPal. It's like a money transfer service.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really weren't paying attention, and I don't know where their stock is. I don't even know if they're publicly traded. I assume they are. But if you really weren't paying attention, you'd buy XOOM. Hey man, when's this gonna go up?
So so say I have like $1 million to spend. I can just buy $1 million worth of stock in a company, and like it can go. I can make way more than $1 million. Like I always looked at stock as like you get out.
Well, you would want to diversify. I don't know that you'd want to put $1 million into one company. I mean, not at the level you're talking about.
Okay,
but it depends. It depends on how far your money's going to go. If you buy $1 million worth of Netflix stock, that's going to get you way less than if you bought $1 million of a lower price stock, obviously. But if you think it's going to go up, or maybe you know something about that company that's coming. Well, yeah.
Don't talk to your friends.
Zoom stock, it's Zoom Technologies, and they actually put a stop to buying and selling of it because everyone was buying the wrong one.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah. If you have $1 million in investments, you should conservatively...
And it's a defunct company in China.
Oh, God. You should conservatively spin off $50,000 in profit to live off of per year. Yeah. Hey, Nick.
Hey.
What's going on, Nick?
Okay, I have a ridiculous quandary question.
It's my favorite kind.
Yeah, I've never really considered this before, but I know that there's... Hey, everybody on the show, too. Sorry.
Hey, it's okay.
Anyway, so I know there's wild cherry trees. I consider myself a country boy, somewhat educated in, the forest, whatever. But I never even thought about this. Wild cherry trees, I've never seen them blossom, and I've never had a wild cherry. But I know that there are cherry trees, cherry farms. Is there a difference? What is the difference? I just need to put it out there. My wife and I are having an argument about wild cherries. You can't eat them. They don't produce fruit. I don't believe that. I don't know. What do you know?
Well, wild cherry is the
You
Pepsi
called the right
flavor.
show. Let me just point that out. You called the right show.
There you go. Wild Cherry did play that funky music, White Boy. They are from Ohio, and I think they might still do weddings.
So wild cherry is native to Ohio. Okay, good.
Yeah. Wild cherries, they're more labor intensive because you have to hunt them. You got to chase them. And boy, they're slippery. They are slippery little suckers.
Not the farm raised.
They hide in little nooks and crannies. You want free range. You want they're docile. You want free range cherries.
About docile. Oh, what a day.
None of us honestly know, Nick. We don't know.
I didn't figure you did, but I wanted to get on the airwaves. If there's anybody out there that could tell me what the difference is
between.
I said I've never seen, because I looked it up. Wild cherry tree can be 60 feet tall and 30 feet around.
Right.
Canopy.
Well, you can plant mini cherry trees too. I mean, there's.
Well,
say it.
But those are ornamental.
It's cherry tree.
It's grafted. It's an ornamental thing. Like you can't. I understand that those don't bear fruit, but what I'm saying is the wild cherry trees. I've never seen them blossom. There's one in my yard, or not in my yard, but in the woods.
Wild cherries are black cherries.
Yes.
And they have like white flowers that bloom on wild cherries.
If you were in your 20s in the 90s, you probably have a tattoo of them. If you're a woman,
I would call Ohio DNR and say, "Hey, connect me to forestry," and they'll be able to point you in the right direction.
What about Kaylee? What about whatever it takes?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe she'd be able to help. Hello, Joe. Can you help?
I can't, but I do have a question for you.
All right.
You guys are talking about cherry trees being in the wild.
We have more questions than answers.
Where are wild hamsters at?
Nick, are there any hamsters eating the cherries out there? Have you seen any evidence of that?
I have not seen any wild hamsters eating the wild cherries. I can't find either one of them, actually. I think the wild hamsters are they
South
Peru?
America? Yeah.
Joe,
I mean,
is
that's guinea pigs, right?
Joe, is there any
Yeah,
chance that all of the hamsters have been domesticated and taken inside as COVID-19 pets?
It could be almost like tigers.
Right. Man, I am so excited for Hamster King. They're kicking it off next week on Netflix. I cannot. You got to wait to see this guy.
Tube City.
Oh, these hamsters.
Carol Baskin killed all the hamsters.
I think that could be on right.
She
Okay,
fed
thank
her
you.
husband to hamsters.
Hamsters,
Perfect
right.
crime.
Okay, listen, we've done nothing to help Nick, but good luck.
Hey, thanks. Hopefully someone gets back to me tomorrow.
There you go. Tomorrow, somebody. Right. So if
someone
you're-
will listen to this and they'll go, "Oh, I know what's going on with these cherry
Oh,
trees."
wild shit. I've been waiting.
If you are with Ohio DNR and maybe you do work for forestry
or Kaylee,
yeah, she's
a
horticulturist,
yeah.
right? I don't know if her expertise extends to the noble cherry, but maybe
Maybe this is, here's what it is.
Yeah.
The wild cherry trees actually blossom hamsters. And when they don't
they
blossom,
would be called hamster bushes.
No,
then.
no. That's to throw you off the scent.
Oh.
And that's why they're not blossoming, which is where all the cherries and hamsters are. Right?
Listen, ever since I heard a cherry referred to as a fleshy drupe, my life.
Fleshy droop?
Well, that's like the genus and the species, I think, right?
No.
So does Hey, Dave, do you work for DNR?
Yeah, I work for DNR out east of Cleveland, yeah.
Okay. Now, Department of Natural Resources, do not resuscitate, right? Just so I'm clear. Okay,
Yeah.
good. He's out there smothering all the cherries. Okay, tell me, Dave.
The ornamental trees that people buy and put in their yards are genetically modified, just like fruits and vegetables these days.
They are genetically modified?
Those probably, they get the pretty flowers, but that's what they're sold for,
the blossoms.
Wild tree. Yeah, the blossom trees. I don't think any of them bear fruit.
Right, because otherwise, in Washington, D.C., every spring when they all bloom, there'd be cherries everywhere, and there's not.
Yeah, the cherry blossoms don't produce cherries.
Right.
Right. Just like the apple blossoms don't produce pears.
Well, I have a pear tree in my backyard, and actually, that one's been around for some time. That one actually bears pretty good
for you.
God damn it.
He's calling to help. God damn it.
Say you want my help and you want nothing to do with it. All right, thank you, Dave. I do appreciate that. Okay, so those cherry blossom trees are ornamental in nature, which of course means Christmas time you're going to want to hang them right on a Douglas fir.
Yes.
Takes up more space, but boy, does it smell good.
Yeah,
And no
see,
cherries, but you
mistletoe is a kiss. You go under the cherry blossom, you're doing a lot more.
There you go. And you might find a hamster in there. Here's my hymen tree. That's why it smells so good. All right, I got a break. You want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. Next chance to text and win some money is coming up at 6:30.